Microphone helps, right? Hopefully we can hear me now. Thanks, Haas. Cool. All right. Hopefully you can hear me now. Let's start over. It's 10 a.m. here. It's 10 a.m. here. I'm gonna try to stream until 3. I don't know if we'll need that long, but I'll try to stream until 3 p.m. and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how far we get. So the goal today is to build a Livewire shift, Livewire 4 shift. That's what we're going to try to do. I haven't built any Livewire shifts before, a couple of reasons. First of all, back with like Livewire 1 to 2, for example, I wasn't using Livewire yet. I use it now, so I kind of selfishly would like to see this shift. And then, so when I was using it, and then 3 came out, they had like kind of like a little bit of an internal upgrade tool from 2 to 3. So I thought, okay, cool, they've got it covered. I don't need to go like spend time and do that. But it looks like they won't have that tool for 4. And now, like I said, I've got 4 or 5 apps that use Livewire. So selfishly, I want to automate that. And, you know, I kind of talked about this a little bit last week, but like, you know, AI is awesome, yada, yada, all that stuff. The point is that, you know, when it comes to upgrading, it's a little bit difficult for AI, I think, is a little more challenging because like it doesn't have the wealth of knowledge that it does on like coding general Laravel, right? Like this upgrade guide may not even be like linked, SEO'd, open. There's not a lot of blog posts talking. There's just not a lot of information for it to like quote unquote train on, right? So you would have to kind of sit there and tell it what to do. And by the time you do all that, like you're either burning through a lot of time as you always are, or, you know, you're burning through tokens, feeding it a lot of this data. So like, you know, just use Shift, right? So I think there's still a place for Shift is kind of a long story short. So we'll see how well this Shift does. You know, to that point, it will be a paid shift. It's not going to be a free shift. The upgrade shifts are paid. We'll start it out at $9, just kind of that classic introductory price. So again, I think I don't know. I haven't burned through a lot of like paid tokens yet, so I don't know how that compares to like if you tried to teach AI to do this, like how much would cost you in tokens. Maybe not $9 because it computes pretty cheap from what I understand, but it still does have a cost. So that's kind of the format. I'm just gonna have the camera on. We're gonna do this. I'll probably take a break for, you know, bathroom and lunch. We'll take a quick lunch break, you know, around noon. But I'm just gonna try to go down all of this and write some automation inside of Shift for it. So we'll scroll through this. The first thing we need to do, of course, is you know, let's get into the code real quick. So let's do a git checkout -b Livewire shift. Let's bring up PHP storm. Hello. We're gonna have to be able to type today. I'll take it for $5. Okay. Well, we'll see. Depending on which country you're in, you might be able to get it for $5. There is purchasing power on Shift. So yeah, I kind of read through this a little bit. There are some annoying things mostly with the config file. Config files are always annoying. Honestly, the dependency bump and the config file changes that Shift does, that alone to me is worth the money. I hate going through the config files and be like, oh, this changes. Most people don't even do that, you know? And then like a version from now, they realize, oh, my app's broken and there's no log, there's no nothing. It just like it's broken and with some generic error like cannot create config class or, you know, log not defined. And it's like, what? And yeah, anyway. All right, let's go to Shift. There are no Livewire shifts, so we'll have to like, we're gonna have to make like a bunch of namespaces and stuff here. So yeah, I think there's a lot of plumbing. There's a lot of plumbing code that we're gonna need to write here for a minute. Not a lot, but we're gonna need to write some plumbing code here for a second. So if you've seen me make a shift before, and this iMac, oh God, I apologize in advance. This iMac's getting replaced. All right, let's go to the Shift factory. This is where everything starts in the factory, right? We got to build it. And we'll call this, let's call this L4. 4, Livewire 4. All right, and this we'll give this its own namespace. So we'll say Livewire. Oh my goodness, Livewire, and this will be called. We'll just call it 4. Look at that, fancy number. All right, let's generate. Let's see how well it does with this. So we got shifts Livewire's namespace 4. That looks good. I've seen PHP Storm mess this up a lot, so I always kind of like triple check that. Let's copy from this fast Laravel. I just made this one, so let's copy from this. And then we're going to be in the Livewire. All right, of course we need to call this 4. Hello. All right, so while the type is Livewire, it's kind of technically a Laravel shift. Like this happens within a Laravel app. To my knowledge, you cannot use Livewire outside of a Laravel app. So it's still technically kind of a type of Laravel. And honestly, I don't even know where get type's used. I'd have to go look that up. It does require Composer. We're going to change Composer files. This will be called the Livewire 4 shift. We'll call this Livewire 4. This is kind of where resources are located. The resource path, we actually may need some resource path stuff. So let me get into the Laravel 12 shift. What does this resource path look like? Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's get that. And then latest version, we may just hard code here to like 4.0. We might just hard code that for now. Okay, let's just hard code that for now. All right. Why are we missing stuff? I shouldn't be missing stuff. Hold on a second. Let's whip this. I think, yeah, that's the problem. Git fetch origin, git reset, hard origin master. Do I have? Yeah, the fast Laravel. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to rebase that. Yeah, F. Okay, let's do this. Git rebase abort, git checkout dash B, Livewire, or we'll just call this L4. I'm gonna cut a new branch. Let's Lola and give me, whoa, not that, give me that. Git cherry pick that. All right, there we go. We're better now. Git branch dash D Livewire shift. Okay, I didn't pull on master, and it looks like I had made some commits on master that were not up on origin, or at least diverged, so I must have force pushed. And then when I cut the local branch, that makes the local branch like have an odd base, so there was no way to rebase it. So let's just cut a new branch. We just got a new branch. We pulled our work over. We should still have L4. Here we do. All right, cool. And then we do the tasks. Okay, so everything is set up now. I'm hearing some chat. Let's catch up on the chat. Any future plans for PHP 8.8? No. I made PHP shifts a long time ago. They never got used. People kind of got gripey about it. That was back when like Laravel and PHP had a little bit of like inner turmoil, several years ago. I feel like that's better now. No, PHP's just... Honestly, there's not a lot breaking there. You think it would have a broader audience, but I think as you get into the broader PHP community, what I've found from like a business perspective is like they're not very like open to services. Like they're very much DIY. Like you get more of that DIY blood as you get into the broader PHP community. Whereas Laravel, I think, is used to services, right? Laracasts, Forge, Shift. These things have been around since the beginning. They're a nominal fee for, it's incredible value, and I think the Laravel community is like more open to that. more open to kind of getting out the wallet and being like, hey, no, this saves me time. It's awesome. I'm cool with that. Anyway, I hate when Git, yeah, that was my fault on Git, but yeah, quick fix. I remember those tasks. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing with like PHP. I feel like there's not, kind of like with some of the latest versions of Livewire, there's not that many like required breaking changes, and most of the things that are like super simple search and replaces, or this is where a tool like I think Rector is good, right? They typically focus more on the PHP stuff anyway. They do have like, you know, Laravel rectors or tasks or whatever they call them, but like I think their bread and butter is more like general PHP. And you know, if you can get that thing installed and running and you spend the time to kind of set it up, like, you know, it's a good tool. It's a good tool. Okay, we're in a place where like what I want to do now is let's kind of scroll through the upgrade guide at a high level, and we need to kind of like turn these into tasks, right? We need to just kind of see like as a flow atomically, like what are we going to try to do in the upgrade guide? Now, of course, I want to do everything in the upgrade guide. So we just kind of need to like turn these sections into theoretical tasks, and then we kind of, it's like a divide and conquer. We're going to turn these into tasks, we're going to break them up, and then we'll start coding each one, right? We'll start with some of the simpler ones probably. So, okay, so of course we want to bump the dependency, so like we can say, let's copy from another one real quick, Laravel 12 shift. Yeah, let's just take some examples here, because for the most part, like, we are going to do some things. In fact, again, because this is a Laravel project, like there are some things we kind of want to do no matter what. So we don't need to upsell anything. We probably will format code. I think it just makes life easier. And you know, you're kind of getting more bang for the buck, right? Like there's nothing wrong with doing some of this stuff. Again, everything is done in atomic commits with Shift. So like if you just like hated that it used your class property modern PHP syntax, like git revert, like it's no big deal. Okay, so Shift tasks, this will now actually be Livewire, and then we'll say for is going to be the tasks, and then dependency class. I think, is it dependency or dependencies? What do I call these? I think dependencies, yeah. Lots of dependencies. Okay, so that's the dependencies. That's going to bump that. I typically note some of this other stuff in what's called like, a miscellaneous. Wow, there we go. All right, thank you. I'm fresh to coding this morning. Okay, let's see. And then for, so let's have a miscellaneous. I can spell. All right, cool. That's kind of just to note things like this. So high impact changes, config, yes, of course, as mentioned. So let's say config, we'll definitely need one for the config. So that's kind of all of this stuff. Wire key, learn more about wire key. Okay, so I'm not gonna worry too much about like getting into the specifics. It looks like there's a lot of stuff here that fix. Okay, create custom namespaces. All right, cool. Make command defaults. This is still in config. So there's definitely a lot of stuff here. Okay, routing, we got some routing changes. All right, so before you've got Git, now it's Livewire. Or view-based. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Could you do view-based routing in 3? I don't think so. Okay, so we've got some routing. So let's do routing. Routing. All right, what else we got? Wire model now ignores child events by default. Okay. Is there like a code change? V4 add.bubble to restore old behavior. We'll have to read about that. We'll have to read a little bit more about this, but let's throw it in here. Wire model. All right, we're definitely going to want to check out some code there. We got wire navigate. Okay. So we've got wire navigate. All right. Medium impact. We got wire transition. Look at all these. All right. See, you could do each one of these. You could just have like a wire task, but I just, I like that atomic, if something goes wrong in one of these commits, right? Like, we'll look at this in a little bit, but a lot of times I think it's a mistake when people use shift and they just jump in any PR really, unless it's like super small. Like when you have more than 15 files changed, that's where I really like to see, you know, individual atomic commits, not just whip, because theoretically you can review that in isolation. And that's kind of the way shift is meant to be reviewed, right? You don't jump over to the 100 files that it changed and you just start scrolling. Like you have no context. Like shift does a really good job to break these out. I try to do a really good job of breaking these out where they're like atomic. And as such, you really want to view the individual changes for the individual commits, you know, and then kind of skip the other stuff. That skips the noise of like formatted code and cleanup. You really want to click into like these commits, right? So I think it's a much better way to look at the shift PR and potentially any PR. So, okay, performance improvements, method signature changes. Okay, we've got stream, component mounting, JavaScript. Commit. Okay. I'm trying to think, do you want, again, kind of to the discussion, do I want to have like a renamed methods task and it does everything we just scrolled through? Or should it kind of get broken up? Like these seem like pretty straightforward renames. And they're in PHP. So I'm fine probably calling those renamed methods and having them be isolated to PHP. So let's say renamed methods. But I think this JavaScript deprecations should probably be a separate task. And in fairness, it's deprecated. Now again, Shift wants to go above and beyond the upgrade guide, right? So anything listed as optional or not listed in here, Shift is going to do. So we're going to do this. I mean, technically you don't have to, but we're going to do it. The whole ethos of Shift is like, if you go and run Shift, its goal is that your app looks like it was always running that version. There's no legacy bullshit left around. That's the bar, right? So, all right, cool. What else is in here? Migrating the request hook. So all that's the JavaScript stuff. It's just big examples. That's good though. Upgrading Volt. Livewire v4 now supports single file. Okay. Is this? Oh, okay. There is a Livewire Volt. Interesting. I'll have to ask Caleb about this. Or, well, you know, I'll get your opinion in the chat. Like, what? Am I upgrading Volt too as part of the Livewire v4 stuff? v4 now supports. This means you can migrate. See, it means you can migrate. Do you have to, though? To me, it seems like, okay, hey, Livewire v4, like, kind of does what Volt does. So now you can just use Livewire directly. That's cool. But part of me feels like from here on is like, excuse me, from here on is kind of like separate. It's now part of Livewire. I'm completely happy, like, including this. This might be like an off-stream build, though. I'm just trying to understand like the requirements of this, right? Can I run old Livewire Volt with Livewire v4? If the answer is no, then I need to do this part 2 as part of the Livewire 4 shift. But if like this is kind of like a, oh, now that this is available, you can upgrade, right? You can migrate. Well, fuck it. Let's just ask Caleb. We'll ask Caleb. We'll ask the man himself. All right, let's see here. Let me also too. I told him we would share the stream here, so let's share the stream if he hasn't already. All right, where are we? Here we are. Let's copy this so he can blast this from the Livewire world. Copy link. All right. Let's talk to Caleb. Hey, here's the link. Kaboom. Also, is upgrading Volt required? Question mark? All right. Well, let's rephrase that. Like, does old Volt go away or incompatible somehow? Question mark. All right, cool. We'll see what he says. In the meantime, let's do a bunch of alt entering. All right, so we'll say extends task, kaboom, boom, boom, public function commit. Let's say commit with message that. All right, I'm gonna copy that because we're gonna be doing it a bunch. Boom, boom, awesome. Boom, boom, awesome. Hopefully all these are going in the right spot. I wasn't even checking. Cool. Almost there. Not you. I don't build ships a whole lot, but like, anytime I start doing stuff like this, I feel like I need to spend the time to make like a skill where I can just tell AI to make these 6 tasks for me. This actually won't have a commit. Miscellaneous is kind of like reserved for like comments I want to leave at the end, right? Okay, so we've made all of those. Now it's kind of like, where's the easiest place to start? Let's see what... Upgrading to the latest Volt in Livewire 4 compatible, but people should, in reality, uninstall Volt. Livewire 4 has what most people want out of Volt. Okay. But old Volt and L4 can run together? Question mark? I don't know. I've never used Volt. Never used Volt. All right, let's get into some of this stuff here. Let's pick one of these that's maybe not so bad. Taylor, I really like Taylor's mentality of like starting with the hardest thing, especially when you're on like a brand new project or service that you're trying to build. Like, you need to make sure that tough thing works as soon as possible, because that's kind of like your failure point, right? You don't want to spend 6 months working on something just to find out that thing that you were ultimately building like didn't work or isn't going to work. So typically I like that if I'm building a side project. Shift is not a side project. This shift is going to work. We know it's going to work. So in this case, what I like to do is what we've been doing, which is kind of like divide and conquering and like kind of gaining some momentum, right? So I don't want to start with like the super pedantic config file changes. I mean, we could be in there doing that for like 2 hours. What I'd rather start on is something that's like a code change that's a little bit easier to kind of, you know, wrap your head around. So let's kind of like, let's go through things in here that are maybe more like code specific changes and not even like necessarily the super hard ones, like some pretty basic stuff. Like if you go look at like the Livewire V3 like internal upgrade tool, it's just like a crazy amount of search and replace. So anyway, okay, so we're definitely gonna get in, again, we're definitely gonna build this whole thing. So like, don't get me wrong, we're gonna get to the hard stuff. But I think for now, I'd like to have a little bit of like momentum. So given that there's like three, I think what we should start with is given that there's like 3 or 4 of these wire model stuff, let's get one of these rolling because then it's kind of copy paste into the next one, right? So let's just, we're here, we scrolled here magically anyway, let's do this. So wire model now ignores child events by default. So in v3, wire model would respond to input changes that bubbled up from child elements. This caused unexpected behavior, la 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 la. In v4, wire model now listens for events originating directly on the element itself, equivalent to the self modifier. If you have code that relies on capturing events from the child elements, add the bubble modifier. Before, listen to child events by default. This is strange. Here it says bubble modifier, but the code has .deep. I mean, that's an easy change when we figure out the right thing, but I feel like maybe something about the documentation is wrong. My guess is maybe it was originally called deep and now it's called bubble, given that this code says that. So if that was the original behavior, so there's 2 paths Shift can take here. The first path is it could search for wire model, not change it, because you may not have needed, you know, the old child element stuff, and not change it, but leave a comment and say, hey, we found these like wire models everywhere, or everywhere you have wire model, it now goes and adds, you know, wire model dot bubble. Most apps won't need changes. This change primarily affects non-standard, okay, that's helpful. Standard form input bindings, input selects are unaffected. This change primarily affects non-standard uses of wire model. That's helpful. Standard form input bindings, input selects text areas are unaffected. Okay, so with this comment, though, we could actually be a little bit, if standard form inputs are unaffected, then we could be a little bit smart about what wire model lives on and only add it to things that aren't form elements. That would be the thing to do. To me, that would be the thing to do. That way we're not like noising up, because wire model is going to be everywhere, right? I mean, that's like one of the foundational things of Livewire. So like, yeah, I think that's what we should do. That's the path I'm going down. All right, let's go wire model. Let's do, okay, so what we want to do is we want to say paths equal shift find PHP files containing, I really don't want to parse HTML. I really don't want to parse HTML. So we're going to say wire model. And we're going to leave the paths alone because you could have this stuff. I mean, you could say resources, but like technically you can have this stuff anywhere. So I'm just going to leave that alone. And then we'll say if empty paths, then return. Otherwise, what are we going to want to do? This is one of those areas where like it's going to be good to have a test fixture so we can kind of see this in action. So what we need to do, so you kind of like you would take wire model and you would kind of backtrack. I'm just thinking this out. You would take wire model. So let's say wire model was down here. This was wire model. And then you would backtrack and see that, like, okay, this is an input, or this is, you know. Now the weird part is, again, you're parsing HTML, so like you're trying to like, how do you know you live in that tag and you're not going back too far? Like, that's where it gets a little bit clunky. Yeah, I don't want to parse. See, this is where I would love to have a blade parser. If you had a legitimate blade parser, then I could parse this file and trust it. But in the absence of that, I have to do like some really crappy string walking, and I can make it work, but like, it's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. We've stumbled upon a harder one than I thought to start with, but we can still pseudocode some stuff out here. So the point here is that we would loop through each pass. We would get the contents of this. We would say shift get file contents. Shift is just like this big facade wrapper for like everything I need. So we're gonna do that, and then basically the ugly version of this. The ugly version of this is this. Let's write the ugly version, and then we'll make it better with some tests. So the ugly version is preg replace. Let's break this up because we're going to need a few lines probably. So this would be preg replace on contents, and we would basically replace anywhere we saw wire model with, dash B. We would say wire model. We don't even need the M modifier anymore. We will do case insensitive, and we'll replace this with wire model dot bubble. Bubble. There we go. That's how you spell bubble. And then we say contents, we would say shift put file contents path. There you go. Done. That's the super easy string replace, V3 style upgrader version of this. Now we can do better, but again, I don't want to. We're gonna need a fixture to kind of drive out the better. So let's leave this for now. Preserve wire model bubble behavior. Yeah. Yeah. Let's leave that for now. We're going to leave it for now. Okay, next is when using wire scroll to preserve scroll in a scrollable container across wire navigate requests in V3, you will need to instead use wire navigate scroll. When using wire scroll to preserve scroll in a scrollable container, is that this? Is that what that means? In a scrollable container. Oh no, it means this. I've never done this before. When using wire scroll to preserve scroll in a scrollable container across wire navigate requests in V3, you will need to instead use wire navigate scroll. So I'm trying to figure out like the hook points here. I assume that the hook point is that it's scrollable, meaning scrollable container, meaning this. Oh God, what if you don't use Tailwind or something? Ugh. It's a little bit hard. And then it says across wire navigate requests. Where's the wire navigate part here? Is that built into this persist? I'm not even familiar with the persist blade directive. Persist blade directive. Oh, it's Livewire. Okay, what is this? The persist directive preserves elements across page navigations when using wire navigate, maintaining their state. Okay. Okay, so persist is kind of another key here. So is there scroll, preserving scroll? Okay, so for scrollable persisted elements, add wire scroll to maintain scroll position. Okay, here's my take on this. My take on this would be I'd want to replace wire scroll if it lived inside persist. I think that's probably the safe thing to do here. Because if you're using wire scroll inside of persist, while this part is a good indicator, like the assumption is you wouldn't put wire scroll on there unless you're got a scrollable container. So yeah, so let's do that. What I'm worried about is like, what if someone has wire navigate? Is there such thing as wire navigate? Like, is there this? Doesn't this exist? The persist directory only works when navigation is handled by Livewire's wire navigate feature. Standard page loads will not preserve elements. Okay, so they do have wire navigate. I don't totally understand this. Because yeah, what if I'm in a div? What if I don't use persist and I'm in a div that's wire navigate that has a wire scroll? The nesting of this is a little tougher than you might think. We'll start with the persist. We'll start with the persist, and again, I can ask Caleb here in a little bit. Let's close that down for now. I keep cutting over it. All right, so let's go back to not that. There's 4. Let's go to wire navigate. Let's kind of borrow the same concept here. They're all going to be really close. That's kind of why I wanted to start with these. So let's bring this across, and I think for now what we're going to search for is at persist. And then what we can do inside of that is we're going to get the file contents, and we'll do a preg replace callback to say, you got to say at, this is where I want that blade parser. So you got to have at persist, and I want, after that, I want anything non-greedy until end persist, right? And then the callback here will take, what does this take? I think it takes matches, yeah. And basically, this is pretty straightforward. Basically here we just do another str replace effectively of wire scroll to be wire navigate scroll in matches 0. Ugly. So again, drive this out with test fixtures, make sure I totally understand the thing, but basically what we're saying is find any files that have at persist, then within those files read out the contents, grab this block, and then if you have wire scroll inside there, that syntax, then we would replace it with wire navigate scroll. Now we could tighten this up with its own preg regular expression, but like again, contextually I feel like this is okay. But like what I'm curious about too is like, again, to do what about, you know, raw wire, you know, wire navigate stuff, right? Oh, where'd you go? There you are. Yeah, I'm curious about like, yeah, wire navigate, raw wire navigate. Yeah, difficult. All right, let's see here. So I think here we'll say, we'll just say adopt, wire navigate scroll. All right. What else we got? Wire transition. Let's keep going. Wire transition now uses view API transitions from the browser. Okay, cool. So basically anywhere you, so in Livewire, wire transition uses the browser, native instead. Basic usage still works. Elements will fade in and out smoothly, but all modifiers have been removed. Okay. Okay. This is a pretty straightforward one. We should have started with that one. We should have started with this one. All right, let's do this again. All right, so let's copy all the paths. We've got wire transition now. And we'll basically preg replace wire transition. So it's got to be wire transition, and it has to have effectively a dot followed by all sorts of stuff. I'm here in the chat. I'll get in the chat in just a second. Let me finish my thought here. So we would have to have a dot. So we're gonna do that, and then followed by basically anything that's not a space. Whoops. And we would replace that with wire transition. And this is effectively we'll say use native or use native browser transitions, view transitions. Seems to be a proper thing. View transitions. Is that what it's called? View transition. Maybe we should say view transition API. Ah, not that much. All right. We'll continue to refine those. I like the comments to be like, sometimes I'll make these have more depth, meaning like a body. So we may do a body on there and like get that, talk about it a little bit more, right? Or a comment in the PR. Like we haven't gotten that far yet. What I like to do is kind of make it work. I run it on my application and then I kind of get a feel for like what it looks like, right? So let me go back to the chat. I'm hearing some chat. I would add bubble to those who don't need it can revert it. Yeah. It's just wire model is used so much. I would think I feel like that's gonna be noisy. And I'm gonna bounce some of these off Caleb. I think he said he wasn't that available this morning, but I will bounce some of these off Caleb. But I feel like for wire model specifically, if it's if input, like if form elements are unaffected, then we really shouldn't add them to that. And I think that would decrease the noise dramatically. So I think we want to drive that out. We're going to revisit that. Wire navigate is just for links or STH to use Livewire navigation, not the standard one. Not exactly sure what you mean, sorry. Can wire scroll be used outside persist? Yeah, I'm thinking it probably can. I just don't know what that like body looks like. Oh, okay. We're saying no. Chat's saying no. So wire navigate is just for links or Livewire navigation. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. On the wire navigate, like, yeah, just for links, and even that's inside of persist. So like, I think our approach isn't so bad. I think our approach is like okay, right? Like unless this was a scrollable link, but even this lives in persist. So like, I don't think wire navigate is used maybe outside of persist. That's my question. I don't know. If someone definitively knows the answer to that, let me know in the chat. It seems as though, you know, again, right now what we're doing is we're saying, okay, give me any block that's using persist, and if they have wire scroll in there, like fix it. that feels pretty good to me. That feels pretty good to me because, again, why would you use wire scroll if you didn't have a scrollable thing? So, like, we're making a small assumption there, but I feel like if the thing wasn't scrollable, then wire scroll wasn't doing anything anyway. And we're not trying to, like, we're not trying to, like, correct a developer's mistake per se. We're just making sure the mistake, we're making sure to perpetuate the mistake into the future. We fixed the glitch. Anyway. All right, cool. So wire transition. What's next? Renamed methods. Okay, let's take a look at the renamed methods stuff. Keep scrolling down here. Performance improvements. I don't think there's anything to do. Livewire V. Let's read these. Significant performance improvements to the request handling. Non-blocking polling. Wire poll no longer blocks. Cool. Now request in parallel. Okay, cool. Method signature changes. All right. Okay, so this was the next thing anyways, method signature changes. So the stream method parameter order has changed. Okay. All right. The stream method parameter order has changed. Yeah. Fair enough. So now it flips. Okay, this one's a little tricky. We'll just say update method signatures. Cool. All right, so what do we have here? We have stream and what else? We had mount. Mount. Ooh, if you're extending Livewire Manager or calling the mount method directly. Nice. Okay, so that's a big one. That's a big one. Okay. Do you, Oh, you have to be, well, these are, okay, so that doesn't affect it. It's really just if you have the method signature and you would have to be extending Livewire Manager. That's pretty deep. We could do that, but that's pretty deep. Yeah, I think we're okay here. Let's focus on stream for now. So we'll say this, update stream, oops, stream. All right, this is a void, hello, void. Oh my goodness, void. All right, the chat, what's up in the chat? Oh my gosh. All right, yo, yo, yo. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, okay, cool, Caleb's in here. Caleb, maybe you can answer this for us. We're trying to figure out if, for this scrollable change, can wire navigate, like, exist outside of persist? Like, my change, my kind of assumptive change is that I find persist, and then if you're using wire scroll inside of there, I, like, change it to this wire navigate scroll, right? So here's, like, your new example. But I'm trying to figure out, like, there's a lot of nuance in here. You got to be using wire scroll in a scrollable container across a wire navigate. So, like, to properly whittle that down, I'm just trying to find the most reliable approach there. So if you're still here, let me know. If not, I will ask off stream later. But for now, I'm just kind of saying, oh, if you're in persist and you're using scroll, then we'll fix you. But yeah, trying to figure out if, like, can I say wire navigate on a div somewhere and then inside there's wire scroll? Like, maybe. Oh, okay. So you're just saying I can just straight up replace it. I didn't know if, like, if that's the only place wire scroll could be used. So, all right, cool. Well, I think our approach is pretty good then. I mean, if someone complains that I missed a wire scroll, we can figure it out. Oh, there was one more. Yeah, since you're in here, there's another thing. Here you say .bubble everywhere, but this says .deep. The actual code says .deep. I assume that's should be .bubble. And then kind of on that point, like, this seems like pretty extensive, but this kind of catches me here in the fact that, like, we really shouldn't need to do this for form elements. It's kind of only for anything else. Like, I probably don't want to go adding .bubble to everyone's wire model. So anyway, let me know on that too, if that's a typo, and if you feel like we should add dot bubble everywhere, or if I should attempt to sniff out that like you're not a form element. Oh, it is dot deep. Is it dot deep or dot bubble? I'm confused. The wording says dot bubble and so does the comment, but the code says dot deep. All right. Anyway, what's next? Next is update stream. Okay, so same thing with update stream. Let's get into... So let's find some of these guys. What are we finding now? Yeah, we're just getting answers from Caleb. No big deal. Yeah, I definitely don't want to add dot bubble to all. I'm also trying to figure out, is it dot bubble or dot deep? Because Caleb just said dot deep on the chat. The code says dot deep. The words say dot bubble. I don't know the difference. It's dot deep. Okay, cool. All right. All right, no problem. So if we are going to do it, we're going to add dot deep. But to Caleb's point, we definitely don't want to add this everywhere. What I'm trying to figure out now is, like, should we limit to non-form elements? Like, do we want to add it, or do we just want to leave a comment if we find dot model, which of course we're going to find dot model? Do we just want to educate, or do we want to, like, try to fix it if they have div wire model like you do in kind of your code sample here? Because we can do that. We can do that. We just need to, you know, dial it in. Yeah. Yeah, what is this? Cert XU developer? I think we can do what cert XU developer is suggesting. That was kind of our original point, was like, we can go look at the code and see if wire model is an attribute on a div and then add it. Like, that's not that hard. I haven't done that yet, but yeah, we're definitely not going to replace it everywhere. Like this, there's definitely this to do. This to do is going to get figured out. I think we to do it and we put it on non-form elements with the comment. So if you find wire model, you get a comment no matter what for education. But I think we could go so far as to say, look, if you're on a div or a span or something other than input or select, like, I think let's do it. People can always tell us otherwise. All right. If we find stream, we're gonna need a parser here. I don't want to get into parse land just yet, but we're gonna need. This is PHP code, so we can do a parser here. This is PHP code, so we can definitely do some abstract syntax tree parsing. We haven't been able to do that so far. Yeah, we haven't been able to do that so far because of Blade and HTML. But I think for this we can parse and make sure that we find stream and we can get its arguments and we can make sure to like rearrange them. So we'll fix that. Let's kind of keep going real quick. Mount. All right, so I think mount. I'm trying to figure out on mount how like deep we want to go down here. This change adds supports for passing slots when mounting components in general. Yeah, we don't necessarily want to like get after every single one. So it seems to me like you would only want to update this method signature if the class was extending Livewire manager. So if the class was like some kind of extension or implementing or what, I guess it says extension and we'd have to go look, but Yeah, that's pretty, I think that's pretty rare, but let's go ahead and flesh this out a little bit. So we'll say this, we'll call it update mount. Now this isn't every mount, this is just very specifically. So what we're gonna do here is we would have to find this. So we'll say pass equals shift find files matching this. So you got to match public function. You got to have a public function mount signature in there. So again, all of this is just kind of like filtering. So then we basically say if paths, or sorry, if empty paths, yes, take that, return. All right, cool. And then otherwise, we will for each these and parse them and update them. Now we do have this parser. This parser already exists. We do have this. I'm pretty sure I have a class parser or a class finder. I have a class finder. Yes, I do. What does class finder give me? Give me lines, namespaces, names. Does it give me methods? No. It gives me extends. It does give me extends. It doesn't give me methods. That kind of sucks. Why doesn't it give me methods? I feel like I have an, oh, I think I have a class, yeah, I have a class finder and a class definition. I think definition gives me, yeah, where you at? There you are, methods. Okay, I think class definition is my newer one, as you can see by the craziness that it gives me. Although it doesn't give me extends. Oh, build extends. It gives me more of the extends. Okay, so it's better. It's better at that. Okay. These just start as null, but then we pull them out. Okay, so class definition is more of what I want. All right, that's fair. Let's go back to renamed methods. We're trying to go super deep on this, but here's the thing with PHP code. With PHP code, I can get like high fidelity, right? Because I can parse it. I can say, oh no, you're a public function mount and you're inside of a class that extends Livewire Manager, like you need to be changed. Otherwise, you're just some mount method that like somehow magically perfectly matches the signature, but I don't know. Maybe you've got your own like code that you're following along with Livewire on or whatever. You're taking cues, but like the point is you're not, according to what the syntax tree says, you're not exactly what we're trying to change in the docs. So that's kind of where like support comes in. Like if someone says, oh, you missed a mount method and whatever. Okay, well, what were you doing? Oh, I'm like a subclass of a subclass that like extended some, you know, okay, maybe. Anyway, let's see here. So what we want to do is we're going to get occurrences from this.parse class. And we need to bring in parse class, and this is going to return, that's going to return an array. Okay, so let's see here. We need, I think I have some other like function parse classes around here. Let's go get them. There's so much code that's in like this shift code base. It's sometimes like a reason why I don't, it's like I want to train AI on shift, but like I said earlier, two things. Like one, I don't write that many shifts. I could write more, of course, if I train AI. So maybe it's like the catch-22 there. But also too, like all of it's kind of all been written. It's just each task kind of just glues up the pieces in a different way. That's kind of why I have this like huge shift facade. So like, if I know where the code is, like I could just go copy paste it verbatim and like it's fine. So anyway, class definition, and I don't think, let me kill the chat. I don't think that takes a parameter. All right, so we'll make that. We need to pass this in a string of contents. That helps. And then we return the parse of this. Okay, so that gives us a class definition for mount. And then if we spell occurrences right, There you are. Let's send in contents. We'll say if empty occurrences, then we'll continue. And then we can also say if empty occurrences, not you, methods, not you either, mount, then continue. Otherwise, replace mount method. Okay. So I'm trying to think, how would I want to go about that? Just a simple. I just want the fidelity of it. I don't necessarily need to change. It does have parameters. How deep does parameters go? Oh wow, I've got the offset. Okay. Oh. I have everything I need here then. And do I collect those by name? I think I key them by name. Okay, they're keyed by name. Yeah, we can definitely do this. Okay, here you go. Two things about this. We're parsing this. There's only ever going to be one method, so there's no need to loop. So basically what we do is we say contents equals str. I've got like my own string helper where I can insert. And what we're going to insert is that. We're going to insert that into contents where occurrences. Let's break this up because this is going to get a little long. So we'll say contents that. We'll say occurrences mount. What do we call that? Parameters. And then it's the end. So the parameters offset end. Wow. Again, we need to write some test fixtures here in a little bit, but I'm just kind of spiking like as much as possible until we get to where we need to go. I think that'll do what we need to do there. All right, let's go on to the low impact changes. But again, we're going to do these. We're going to do these because, you know, we want the most complete upgrade there is, right? The most complete upgrade there is. All right, what's going on in the chat? Oh, okay. Nice. Some Laracon EU chat. Laracon EU is like my unicorn Laracon. I have not been. The one year I wanted to go, Emma was born like a month prior. Wasn't going to be able to do that. So yeah, anyway. I want to go. If it's ever somewhere other than Amsterdam, I will go as an attendee. Nothing wrong with Amsterdam, but like, I've been there before, blah, blah, blah. If it goes back to Portugal or Spain or one of those other places, like one of those other great European countries, I'm there, even as an attendee. If they want to accept me as a speaker, I'll be there in Amsterdam. But of my own, you know, paying my own way, I'm not gonna go back to Amsterdam. Okay, wire model JS bookmark. Okay, so deprecated wire.js method. The wire.js method for defining JavaScript actions has been deprecated. Okay. Is it only bookmark, or are there? I assume there's other things you put in here. I assume these are custom action names. Are those custom action names always valid property names inside of JavaScript? Like, can you put a space in there? I assume not. So they're wild card. You can put whatever you want. So I could convert them, yeah. Yeah. I assume though that if you're able to convert these, like this, clearly whatever's in here can't have spaces, because like that would be invalid JavaScript. So the assumption would be that whatever's inside of this, like, is some kind of like variable-esque name. Yeah. Okay. JS without prefix. The use of JS in scripts without wired JS or this JS prefix has been deprecated. All right. Okay. Oh, they can be hyphens or periods or whatever. But I assume the hyphen version works here. Yes? Or would you need to update your action names? Okay, so JS, if we want to fix this, I think first we would need to say, okay, anywhere where there's $JS like by itself, we're going to turn into wire $JS. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and convert this anyway. So like, I don't really care if it's removed versus deprecated. I'm going to convert it as part of the shift anyway. Cause like, again, I like that bar to be high. So let's start here. Let's start with this. If you've got JS $, if you've got JS $, kind of anywhere as a standalone, we're going to convert it to wire, to $wire dot $JS. We'll prefix it. Old syntax works. Both this and this will continue to work in v4 for backward compatibility, but you should migrate. Okay. Well, we are going to migrate. Okay, so let's get in there and do that. Okay, so let's get in here and do this. We'll basically say, so first what we want to do is basically we want to add prefix. Then we'll start hacking through this other stuff. So what is this called? Deprecated. They deprecated the method. Okay. Defining actions. Okay, so we'll say update actions. Let's call that one next. And then we've got one more down here I think that we're doing. We'll say update hooks. So we'll say this, update hooks. All right, let's define all of these noisy things. So that's a void. That's a void. And let's get you 2. Void. All right. Whoa, not brightness. Didn't even know I had that. All right. So add prefix. First of all, so we've got Livewire hook. Okay, that's different. All right. So let's do a search. Let's do a search for that, buddy. So let's bring in that old code because this probably, I assume this is not limited to PHP files. I mean, you could be writing raw JavaScript, of course. So let's tank that in here. So let's just $JS. There could be some false positives here, but again, within the context of a Livewire application, the assumption is if you're doing $JS within a Livewire app somewhere in JavaScript code, like I think we're all right. I think that's a somewhat safe assumption. Okay, so we're gonna find everywhere you're doing that. And we probably want to be a little bit more restrictive about it. Like we can generically find it, but then it's going to probably need to be a certain type of syntax. It's either going to be the method call, like a global, not anything prefixed, or maybe it could be like a direct property access. That's what I'm going to assume. Somebody can correct me, but we're going to assume this. So JS, and then you have to be, followed by that, right? So you've got to have some kind of word bound. Well, you can't have a word boundary. You have to. There's some things that you can't be before this. Basically, you can't be a dot before this, because then you'd already be wire model and we wouldn't want to double replace it. Again, all this is going to get driven out by some test fixtures here in a little bit, but I'm trying to spike through this one time, and then we'll go back and write some fixtures. Because I'm learning. I don't use all this stuff, so I'm kind of learning its potential syntax. Like if it were a Laravel app with Laravel code, I got it. I've seen all the syntax before with like human shifts in my own apps. But I don't get too deep on some of this stuff. So we're going to go back and write some tests for these, but they're functionally there. They're probably just too aggressive. So what we'll say, let's do a look behind. Let's do a look behind. What could you not be? I mean, you pretty much just can't be a dot. That's all we're saying. We're kind of saying like you can't be a dot. We don't know if you're space or an equal sign or anything else, you know, bracket, whatever. Any of that's all fine. But if you're a dot, then you've already wired it up correctly. You've already prefixed it correctly. So you can't be a dot. That's what we're going to say. Okay, so I think it's like that, maybe, question mark? I think. Regular expression, negative look behind. Behind. Can't type today. Negative look behind. Ooh. Kind of close. Look behind. Oh, killed my... There we go. That feels... I think the colon is not required. I wonder what syntax I just wrote. Translates to find X that is not preceded by Y. Okay, cool. So yeah, find $JS that's not preceded by a dot. And you are going to get replaced with wire $JS dot $1. And we got to make sure to escape those. And it's a negative look behind, so it won't be part of the capture group. But we do need to capture whatever came after this. Whoops, not the dot. There you go. All right. Again, test fixtures are on the way. So, all right. Cool. Let's go into actions. Oh, see you later, Caleb. Thanks for joining. All right. Let's go into actions next. So that's this part. So now that we've prefixed all JS with $wire, now we know, okay, if you're kind of like this syntax, then we're going to clean that up a little bit. Now, that's going to be a little bit hard to unravel. That's going to be a little bit hard to unravel. Oh, man. Getting rid of that, like doing this part, pretty straightforward. Getting rid of that, the closer, that's hard. Yeah, that's hard. Okay, we're gonna write the beginnings of this. We're gonna write the beginnings of this, but that is a little funky. So now what we're going to do is pretty much the same thing. We're almost to the end here. So now we're going to do pretty much the same thing, but now we're going to say you got to be wire JS. Because we've already done the replacement to add the prefix everywhere. So that handles that deprecation. Now it's a matter of we need to do that. Ask Claude. Yes. Yeah, I talked about that a minute ago, but like, I have other tasks in here that already do that in like a way in which that I trust and has been tested out. So like I just got to go find that code. But if I were doing this greenfield, I would absolutely ask AI to do it for me. But I've got some code in here that like finds closing parentheses. I just got to go dig it up. Okay, so wire.js. Now we're gonna say. Now we got to write a little something for this syntax. So it's kind of like we know that you're wire.js. And can you have a space between JS and the opening? I don't think that you can. Anyway, we'll shut that out for a second. And here I'm just going to go so far as to say like, you definitely can't have any spaces in here. And I think Caleb said you kind of never would, but let's just say that. And really you could be, I guess you could be quoted in a couple different ways, right? I mean, you could have a literal in there really too. We're not going to go that far though. We're just going to replace the baseline stuff. If you've got like, you know, constants for your strings or something, whatever. All right. Let's pop that and this and this. And then it's kind of like, yeah, you definitely would have to have a comma. And then we kind of don't care after that comma. And this effectively gets replaced. Oh, we keep that. It gets replaced with that dot. We capture this. It's actually kind of almost the same replacement. $1 and then an equals. And we'll leave whatever was there. Now, remove closing parentheses. Parentheses. Am I not spelling? Yeah, oh, the N. I got you. The N was in the wrong spot. Okay, so that takes care of that minus this little guy. And again, I'm okay leaving these because when we write the test fixture, that's going to explode. So the goal is basically we go back, we make test fixtures for these things, and we drop in all of his same examples here, and we make sure that like it's working. And we can beef up those examples to like, you know, include things. Like when we get to this one, we can say, when we get to this one, we could put like a wire model down here and make sure that it doesn't change it to .deep, right? So there's some good stuff there. Okay, I think that's kind of the end. Oh, we got these hooks now. Okay, let's look at these hooks. Let's finish this one and then I might take a small break. All right. So migrate, okay, so the old hooks still work. All right, that's fine. They'll continue to work. Okay, but again, we got a high bar. Okay, so we got old hook, livewire.hook.commit. Okay, that seems to be pretty specific. And then the new one should be replaced with livewire intercept message. Okay. Does everything in here stay the same? Component, message, off. No, it's very different. Ooh. Wow. There's a lot of changes inside of this. We're gonna do this one. But we're probably gonna have to make this is where we're gonna have to figure this part out to really make this work successfully. Yeah. That's interesting. So this is equivalent to respond. So like some of these, you know, you're just going to replace the names. So Respond becomes on finish. Fail becomes, oh, failure for server events. Okay, so see, you'd probably be able to change this, but you're probably also going to have to leave a comment and say like, hey, if you want to know about, you know, server errors versus network errors, it looks like there's a difference. This is like request failed. So there's a slight difference here. We can replace the on failure with, or sorry, we can replace fail with on failure, but we probably want to alert them of that difference. I don't know if this is 1000% new, but yeah, it says equivalent to fail for server errors. So my assumption is if you were like checking the failure in here to be of server type, you would actually put this in here instead. So that is a little bit of a key difference. So kind of, yeah, kind of a dense one down here too. Okay, these are pretty big. Let's at least sniff them out. Let's at least sniff them out. So let's update hooks. Let's find files containing, what are we looking for here? We're looking for Livewire hook, effectively, right? Livewire hook, commit, Livewire hook. Yeah, so if you got Livewire hook, if you're saying Livewire hook somewhere, then we need to do some stuff. All right. Let's copy this. All right, let's bring that across. I want to see kind of where we are, and then we'll take a tiny, tiny break. All right, so we've got miscellaneous. Miscellaneous is really just, it's really just for comments. So we'll say this, clear views. We'll void that out. We'll shift, add comment, not commit, comment, create info comment. Boop, boop. All right, and then what was that at the very top? Let's go all the way back up here. There's things to do. Application cache. Okay, yeah. So we'll just call this clear. Nope, that's not it. Clear. All right, so comment. Am I like standing in the wrong spot? I'm like off by one here. Classic developer. All right, so let's say, what are they saying? Be sure to clear your application cache. And let's do comment equals comment break. And we'll do comment. I need to make like a comment like, I need to make like a comment like code fence wrapper. Right now I do something like this. I do like that. And then I do like comment dot equals, you know, it's kind of annoying. I'm gonna do that. Let's do that. Let's have fun. We've just been like messing with stuff now. So we'll say wrap code, or what do we call this code? I just call this fence. Let's call it fence. There it is. I love it. Okay, fence. And then we got a snippet that will fence, and then it's gonna come with a type. So here we'll say sh because it's a shell command. Okay, so comment dot equals fence, and in our case it's a very simple one, so we'll just, whoops, where'd it go? I don't have it. Okay, let's fence that. Easy enough. And then let's make this, why haven't I done this before? String. All right, so what is this? This is the language, and this is the code, and we'll fence that in. So basically what we'll do is we will return sprintf Not PHP. Give me a break. Boom, boom, boom. %s. %s. I think the language, let's default the language here. I feel like we should default it to PHP. I mean, this is predominantly Laravel. Shift is predominantly Laravel, and so to save me the keystrokes, we're going to default to PHP. And then what we need to do is, technically I would have to /in fence those, which means this would need to be a different type of quote. But that's okay. So let's do language and code. All right, and then we got to swap the quotes so we get those /ins. Replace quotes. No! Come back. All right, cool. All right, nice. So let's go back to miscellaneous. So we fence that in. Yeah, shell bash. Yeah. I could put bash here if you want, but like sh is fine. I mean, technically it could just be text. Like it doesn't have to be any of that stuff. Oh, there was my thing. Okay. So this could be better. Oh, we forgot a dot here. All right. So this is an example of how we get a comment in the PR. Now again, when we see the PR, that's when I go back and like refine all of these things. But for now, I think this is pretty good. And that's kind of like, that's an example of miscellaneous. It's like at the very end, if there's some things that they should be aware of and they don't really require any changes, I kind of throw that in miscellaneous. These are just kind of the comments that show up at the bottom. So I think what's left is config, dependencies, and routing. I think dependencies, we could probably, here we could just say bump, livewire, right? So here, let's just crank this out. Composer equals composer config read, and this is where, for now, we're gonna bump it to that. So we'll say composer update. We'll say composer update livewire. And for now, since it's not officially released, we need to make it that and that. Now, there's more I would want to do here. I call this dependencies because it's not just there are going to be other downstream libraries that probably need to get updated. Now, I don't necessarily know what those are off the top of my head. I do a better job of tracking those for Laravel explicitly. So like, this is just something that's gonna, since I haven't built any Livewire shifts before, this is something that's gonna require like some community feedback. Like if there are other very large predominant Livewire dependent packages that will need a bump, I need to like, I need to put those in here. So like, community packages. So as I learn those, I will tweak those. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. So if you know them in the chat or whatever, let me know. I'll go figure out what their Laravel 4 compatible, or sorry, Livewire 4 compatible version is, and I'll make sure to add them here. But that's how simple this one is. So for now, we're just bumping Livewire, but this may say bump dependencies or composer dependencies once it's done. So that's fine. Config's not, yeah, let's say, we'll say shift config file. That's pretty standard for what I do here. Okay, so basically, if you don't have a config file, for config Livewire, then maybe we'll return, maybe there will be differences, yeah. We probably don't want to flat out return if you don't, but we need to read through these. The reason I'm gonna hold off on config till like the very, very end is I have like a config merge class for Laravel config files, but there's really no reason it shouldn't work for a Livewire config file because at the end of the day, they're just a big PHP array. But what needs to happen is there are some things that are getting like renamed here, and I think there's some nuance to that class where you can pass it in the things that get renamed. So what really needs to happen is I really just need to go get a v3 config file and a v4 config file, put it in the test fixtures, and like see what the merge happens. So again, I think where we go from here, the point here is that I think where we go from here is like we need to start driving out some test fixtures so we can see these. We've spiked on these like as far as we can spike on them based on kind of just my knowledge of Shift, of course, that now we need to like see how they're working with a test and then start to eke out those edge cases, right? We've done the easy stuff. Now it's time to like these harder parts to make the hard change easy by writing a test, in this case, to drive out and demonstrate where some of those edges that we left are still kind of rough, right? So let me catch up on the chat, and then I'm gonna take like, what time is it? I might take a lunch break. We'll see. It's already 11:30 here. Let me catch up on the chat. Like if you have anything in front of JS, going back to this, like if anything's in front of JS, we wouldn't change. Like if you have a dot in front of JS, then it's already prefixed with something. We're not gonna mess with it. Yeah, it could be a plugin, could be wire, could be this, doesn't matter. Can you explain the dot equals? Yeah, it's concatenation. This is just PHP concatenation. So if we go back to miscellaneous, wherever that was, miscellaneous. Yeah, this just means add it to that string. I'm just building up that string concatenation. Flux UI. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Flux, of course. So yeah, let's add that before I forget. Community packages, Flux, question mark. Yeah, there you go. For sure, there's probably Flux. There's probably other stuff. So yeah, as you know them, let me know. Okay, what is it here? It is 11:30. How long will it take me to eat lunch? Let me do this. Let's do this for fun. I'm not ready to leave just yet, but this probably won't be the first time I leave to take a break, because we're gonna build this whole thing. We're building this whole thing. Let me go full screen me for a second. Let me log into something. Let's go full screen me for 1 second. What I want to do is, can you? Yeah. Okay. Am I logged in? No. Let me log in. Let me just log into like ChatGPT or something real fast, real quick. Does it know me? Is it me? Where am I? Yeah, that's me. Okay. Why does it not know it's me? All right, so let's say, can you make a simple HTML page that displays a JavaScript timer which counts down by seconds? It should start at 30 minutes. I'd like the text. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Let's share my screen. There we go. All right, so I'd like the page to say lunch break with the counter underneath. Let's use a dark theme. And tailwind, CSS. Let's see what it does. What does it give us? Run timer, mono, lunch break. Clear interval. Yeah, I remember. This is like old school. Yeah, it's got some intervals. All right, let's copy this. Let's copy that. Let's go pb paste break.html. And let's open break.html. Sweet! Thanks, AI. All right, cool. there you go. I'm taking a 30-minute lunch break. Hopefully I'll see you all back here in just a bit. All right. Hello, hello, everyone. Let's exit out of that. Whoop, blam. All right, cool. We are back. Let me know if you can see me and hear me okay. I think I turned everything back on. Looks like the mic is the mic on? Yeah, mic's on. Mic's on, camera's on. Hello. All right. It feels dark in here. Let's fix that. All right. Cool. That should be better. All right. We're in the limelight now. Okay. Did I miss anything in the chat? Doesn't look like it. You the best. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, everybody. Well, if you enjoyed lunch while I was on break, then you know, good for you. Hopefully you're charged up, ready to get back in. Let's get after it. There's a couple things I realized while I was eating lunch. So the first thing I realized is we didn't do this routing bit yet. And in order to be able to do the routing bit, as well as some of these other more complex, cool things, we need to determine the components that are within your application. So let's do this. Let's get a little organized, because I do worry the day is going to get away from me. And I have a hard stop at 3:30 because I have to pick up my daughters from daycare. So I'm not going to leave them there. So I got about 3 hours, a little bit more. Let's kind of hack out what I'm trying to do here, because I'd love to see this in a runnable place before we end the stream. Now, is all the marketing and the you know, the PR comments and all that stuff like we talked, is all the branding and so forth going to be in there? No, but I'd like to see like the basics of what we've spiked on today run against like WP Static. We use it Livewire there. It uses obviously on Laravel Shift. I could run it on there. I use it on WPPMIO. I use it on a lot of different things. So I think we could use this to run against those things. So let's get some plans here. Let's get our kind of like punch out list, as I call it. So we need to find components. Let's spike on routing change. And then let's backfill tests for, you know, incomplete or rough spikes. So there's some things in here that are gonna work, like swapping the dependency and all that kind of stuff. But like some of these wire transition and wire model that we, you know, we're gonna need to like kind of do some crazy string offsetting in the HTML. Like let's spike on that. Let's backfill some tests, and then like you know, let's do like a first run, right? Smoke test is what we call this. I call this a smoke test. Let's smoke test this sucker. So smoke test. All right, that's where I want to end. I want to get here, right? So first things first, let's change this to call find components. All right? No. Let's find components. And what I want to do here is I want to extend tasks. All right. There's no commit for this. What I want to do is I want to find, let's say, Laravel Livewire getting started. Show me. No, come on. How are those still top resulted? They should have died by now. Here we go. I want this. So let's do our path thing. So we're gonna find PHP files containing, whoa, not that. This. Bam. All right. So we're gonna find PHP files containing component. And then we basically need to parse this class. We need to, I think I call this definition, actually. Definition. I think I do this in other places. Let's find it. Or do I call it class? I might call it class. Nope, it's just here. Let's try class. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, not you. You ever do that, like when you're inside a certain context, but your muscle memory is so used to, like, when you're in a dialogue or something, like to switch screen or hit escape or weird things. Like sometimes if I'm in Git, sometimes I'll do like CD period to like go to the other branch. I don't know, like I have a weird muscle memory like that sometimes. Anyway, function parse class. We've done this before. Class, there it is. Let's parse you. See, I just did it again. Oh my gosh. Now I'm going to be stuck doing that. All right, parse class array. Let's change this again to class definition. This is the newer version of that. Although I could probably get away with just that. Let me kill this chat. It's in my way. All right. All right, where are we? Could not parse class. Otherwise, we don't want to put contents. We're not changing anything here. What we're doing here is we're kind of just filtering. We're kind of just filtering this, to be honest. I can change this to an array filter here in a second, but we're basically filtering through these classes to make sure that they extend Livewire component. That's going to give me a massive list of all the Livewire components in your application. And we need these for two reasons. One, we need it for the routing to make sure that the class you're referencing in your routing is a component, and then we can collapse it with the Livewire stuff. And then two, this was a bit of a discussion on Twitter when I talked about making this, but initially I was planning on, I think we'll probably need this for Volt anyway, if I end up doing the upgrading for Volt, which I think I will. I'll work on that tomorrow. I don't think I'll stream that today. I want the core thing to kind of run today. That's the goal for today. But anyway, the point is, if we know all the components that you have, all the Livewire components, we can start to do other things, not just look for the routing. So for example, we could recommend that you convert them to the new single file component, right? Kind of like you'd have in Volt, where everything's like in a single file, right? So the point here is that having kind of a list of these is going to be helpful. So what we want to do is we want to accumulate these, and we need to say if class extends. So basically, if empty class extends, then continue. And then also, let's get in here. What is extends? I think we said like extends was a built up thing. So what's in extends? Base extends, base extends, base extends, base extends. Okay, so we say alias. So extends is always a string. Yeah, of course, because you can't have multi-file. Yeah, or sorry, you can't have multiple inheritance in PHP. My Java brain was going, my old school Java brain. Okay, so you have to have that, and then we basically would say if class extends is basically if it's in the array. If it's in an array of what we care about, right? So, and what we care about here would basically be that, and this is continue. I've messed all this up. All right, class extends, double closing parenthesis, and then we're we're Livewire component, or in the case where it couldn't read out the thing, your component. I'm okay with that. Yeah, because I think if we can toy with this with the test fixtures, but the point, I mean, you know, the point here is that if we don't have a resolved name, then we just take the name that you say, which if it couldn't resolve it, then it's going to be component. And I think if we find Livewire and that, and you're in this thing, like, we can trust that you're a Livewire component. But ideally, what we're finding is the resolved name, meaning the syntax tree actually resolved the fully qualified name, and that matches what we want. And then finally, so get attribute. So if you don't have resolved name, if you do have resolved name, set it to extends. And so long as those two are the same, then you're good. Otherwise, you're an aliased name. And we set alias, which I don't care about. I don't care that you aliased it. We're already setting extends with the proper resolved name. So I think you're good. So otherwise, we're going to say components. This is where we accumulate. So we're going to say components is now going to be this tuple. And it's a tuple of what? We kind of want the path, and then we're going to want this thing's class name. Ideally, it's full name, right? Let's go look yet again. Class definition. Name instance name. Okay. Oh, and namespace. All right. We'd have to put that together. We'd have to put that together. It's not ideal. So we'd say namespace dot, yeah. No, name, yeah. So components becomes that, and then we effectively do shift. This is kind of like a little cache thing. We can say shift share components. Let's default components. Components, yeah. All right, cool. Can you convert this to an array? Oh no. I thought it might be able to convert it to array filter. You couldn't do array filter. You'd have to do like a filter map. And that's a bit ugly in this case because I'm tupling it. So I'm just gonna leave the old school for each. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so now that we have these components, we should be able to look at routing. And now what we're going to do is search for, so again, we'll do our pre-filtering. We've been doing this all along. We're doing pre-filtering. We're going to find PHP files. We're going to find PHP files for route get. Because I don't think there's any other way to register these. I think it's always route get. I don't think you can do a post or anything else crazy, right? Maybe you can, but we're going to focus on route get. All right, and then same thing. What we have to do now. What do we have to do now? Where's our upgrade guide? Let's not be full screen anymore. That's throwing me off. Okay. What we need to do now is we would need to say its second argument. Its second argument now needs to be, I don't know if I want to parse this class also. Do I want to parse this class too? Do I care that much? I mean, I care that much, but is there enough? This is always kind of the question with shift. Is there enough like belief? Is the probability that if I find a route get and I'm after always specifically its second parameter, and this first parameter is of a format that like I could trust I'm not going to get any weird syntax. So for example, like this is a URL, like you're probably not going to have some unquoted crazy dotted string inside of this URL, right? Like you might have some placeholders and some syntax, but the point is, what's the likelihood that there's like a double quote or commas or weird stuff inside of here? It's not very likely. I mean, it could happen, but it's not very likely. So for those reasons, I feel like initially I could get away with probably just a real nasty regex here. Where the syntax tree is actually more beneficial, and maybe why I will actually syntax parse this, is that I'll get the class name resolution for this second one. So again, you kind of see like the levels here, right? So like string parsing, I'm kind of just going on names and formatting, and like that's fine for like the wire transition stuff, right? Because it's a string and it's in your HTML, and if you say wire colon transition, it's pretty likely that it's something that we're messing with, right? It's pretty likely. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty likely. Same situation here. Route get, you know, URI path, comma, class name. Now that class name could be of a lot of different formats. It too could be a string. So like, it could be inside of a component name. There's a lot of stuff of why that may or may not be right. So, long story short, I'm gonna start with string, and if it doesn't work for my own projects, then I'll beef it up to a syntax parsing. But if it does, then it's good enough, right? Life's all about good enough software. You can get in the weeds. If I chased perfection, I would have never been able to build Shift. Shift honestly would not be successful if I chased perfection. I would never have gotten anything out the door because I could have never launched having, you know, support for every piece of code ever possibly written in Laravel, PHP, all the dynamicy that's in the language and the framework. You never could have launched it. You would have just worked on it endlessly until the end of time. So that's my rant. So let's do a preg match. Let's do a preg match all. I'm trying to think, can these inline replace? I could probably inline replace this stuff with a preg replace callback. Let's do a preg replace callback. This is where it's going to get a little bit funky. We're going to say route, : get. And we're going to say that you got to be some kind of quote, right? You got to be some kind of quote. And then you're likely followed by anything that's not a quote. That's not ideal. You probably don't have a space inside of there. This is where again, this is where it's kind of funky. We're gonna roll with it. So we'll say you gotta be not that. We could do backticks here if we wanted to, and then it's like you can have some space. Things could be on multiple lines. So there's any kind of space here. There's a comma. There's any kind of space there. And then again, this could be not a class name. It could be a class name. It could be a tuple. Now, in the case of Livewire, this has to be a constant, a class constant as shown here, or it would have to be a string name reference, a fully qualified string name reference. I don't think there's any alternatives that you can put. You can't use a tuple here, right? Because like that's not how you could do that for a controller action, but you can't do that for a Livewire component, not to my knowledge. So the point here is that we know that whatever I want to take next is either a class constant or it's a string. It's a string with a class name reference in it. And I don't even think that syntax is very popular. So for now, what we're going to parse is a slash. We're going to say anything that's not a space followed by class. Now again, this is pretty specific, but we're going to roll with it. We're going to roll with this for a second, right? Okay, what did I break? Oh, I gotta escape my inner quotes here. All right, and then we'll also throw on here like in case sensitive, And actually, we need to make it a pattern too, right? Okay, so why is this griping at me? Require, yeah, well, duh, I'm not done typing it yet. Okay, so function matches, and then contents. Contents. There you go. Okay, so now what we can do, again, this is rough. This is very, very rough. What am I breaking here? Oh, there we go. Sorry. It's a literal open parentheses. Okay. So again, we're gonna break this with tests, but for now, let's see if we can write this out. Let's take this part because that'll be helpful. So what we're gonna do is if matches 1 is known to be a Livewire component, then we can change route get to Livewire. Otherwise, we got to return matches 0. So let's do this. If not this component, we'll pass it in matches 1. Yep, matches 1. Okay. So if it's not, then we're just going to return matches 0, the original string, right? Otherwise, we'll return an str replace of the route get. So route get with route Livewire. Everything else stays exactly the same. Ah, there you go. Now, this assumes like casing and typing and all that stuff. So we could capture this as a route group if we want. But for now, again, this is the naive pass. And this returns a bool. And it's not going to take an int. It's going to take a string name. Right? Cool. So what else can we do here? It's cold in my office. Okay, so we need to get all the components. The components are going to be shift shared data, components. So we get all of those. We could optimize this later, but like we basically get all the shared components, we loop over them, we see if the name that you passed in is a suffix match of one that we know. Now again, this is not 10,000%, but it's pretty, I think it's good enough. It's good enough. So let's keep going. So we'll return, let's turn this into a collection. We'll return collect components. So we're going to collect components, which we could inline that, but whatever. We'll say collect components, and then we'll say contains, and then this will be a function. So component, we'll use name. So yeah, if it contains that, which returns a bool, so we're good there. So let's inline this. Whoops. Let's inline that. And basically we're going to say we want to, there's a couple things here. This could be a fully qualified class name. So if it is, we need to take that into account. If it's not a fully qualified class name, then we're going to do a suffix match. So basically we're going to say if str contains, so if the name of the component, I always get this backwards. Is it haystack needle or needle haystack? Haystack needle. All right. So if component contains, the namespace separator, right? then we want to normalize this. So we would basically say like component. I don't even know if we need the if statement, but we'll say component. Whoops, trim. Ltrim. Let's ltrim component. Component. So yeah, just in case they're leading it with like a global namespace, right? And if this thing's prefixed with the namespace separator, right? Like, so what we're talking about here is like if they have something like /app livewire counter class. That's kind of what we want to chop this part off and do a suffix match. You could easily normalize it the other way, but the problem is we also don't know if name out of this, that should be namespaced, but without, I know the abstract syntax tree and its parser does not put the global slash there. So this normalizes the slash off of things. And then we could say return str ends with if component ends with name. So this is like a suffix match. So theoretically inside of components, we have app livewire counter class, right? But you could also call this counter class, right? So we're going to take this counter. We're going to take, well, we don't have class in our thing. So the point here is that you could have counter and you could have class. I mean, you could even alias namespace, and again, this is where the abstract syntax tree would be better because it's going to resolve the names, but you could even say like livewire counter right there. So that's kind of why we're doing the suffix match, because that way any of these would match this. Counter, livewire, or the whole thing, even if it had a slash or no slash, it doesn't matter. So we kind of don't even need this, but I'll leave it for now because it makes sense in my mind and we can drive it out. So yeah, there you go. I think that's what we're after here. We'll do this. We'll do this. It's not even necessary. It's not even necessary because we're not taking like, it's not like we're parsing out the whole file. We're just parsing one of these at a time. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, so we got the find components and we spiked on the routing change. Let's backfill some tests here. Let's backfill some tests starting with this routing test because that's going to be a pretty involved test. And I think our brains are already within this context. So let's keep cranking on that. How we doing here? All right. 12:30. Doing great. Doing great. Okay, let's get into the test fixtures. Let me go back into this routing and let's make a test. Routing test. All right, I think that's gonna put it in the right spot. Let's find out. Livewire 4 routing test. Okay, cool. Let me get in Fastler-Bell. Let's borrow one of these tests. I like to borrow, again, I said this earlier, but I like to borrow from ones that I've like recently done because I know like I'm using kind of my latest practices and stuff in there. Okay, so Livewire 4, we'll put that back. We'll call this, this is gonna be called what? Routing test is what we meant to say, sorry. And then all of these kind of go away. Let's turn that into Livewire 4. And anywhere it says static group is now routing. Okay, so a long time ago, Jess and I built this testing layer. Because before, it was, I need a drink. Before it was just crazy, deep mocking. Excuse me. And that sucked. They were very cumbersome tests, and I think, as you might hear kind of in the old school Laravel community, those were very spell checky style of tests. So Jess Archer, she kind of contracted on shift for, gosh, probably like 2 years. You know, we did podcasts together, all sorts of stuff, until she moved onto the Laravel team. And now, like, she runs, you know, the APAC team. So that's awesome. But anyway, the point is, her and I, this was kind of like the coolest thing I think that we paired on was like this testing layer. We just figured out how the heck can we make this testing layer like so much more fun to work with, right? And if it's fun to work with, then I'm gonna go write the tests for these shifts, right? So we see that I spike on stuff, but we're gonna drive it all the way out now with the test. And I just kind of like that workflow because again, I trust myself to kind of spike on these based on my knowledge of the code base. So if we turn this into 4, what we can do here is we can say fake project, and we give it a shift, and we give it a directory structure. And that basically creates, based on the shift that you're trying to run, it's going to set that project up the way it needs to be set up for this shift to run, but then also with any of these additional like classes or files or things that you want. So we can see here already correctly that we're like faking out a routes file, right? And that's exactly what we're kind of going to want for this project. We're going to put in some things in this fake project. We're going to call perform on our routing. That's going to be this. It's going to try to search for stuff and la 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 la. And of course, it's not going to find anything. So what's really, really nice about this is not only this smooth little way to kind of fake and set things up just like you would in a Laravel application, but it's much more integration. It's actually calling out to the file system. It's scanning the file system. It's doing stuff. Whereas before, I would say things like shift mock find by thing expects this, and it gives you back an array, and it was too low level dense, and it wasn't really revealing bugs. Whereas like this immediately it's actually looking at the file system, it's actually doing file search, it's actually replacing those files, outputting back out to the system. And then I'm just doing like PHP unit assertions that are like, assert this file equals this file. It's almost like snapshot testing, almost. So anyway, we'll say it does nothing when no get routes are found. All right, so this is just the super basic, hey, there's a routes file, but like nothing's in it. All right, so here we'll say assert no comments. We won't log anything. So we'll say this log should not have been called. All right, whoops, hello, there we go. All right, and then we'll say, kind of similarly, we won't do anything if we find get routes, but routes that don't match our particular components, right? So we'll say it does nothing when no routes for components are found. All right. And then here, finally, the good one, we'll kind of say something like it converts routes for Livewire components. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to make some test fixtures here. So the way I kind of do these is I just name them kind of loosely off whatever I'm testing. So in this case, it's going to be test fixtures. We're going to say Livewire, and then the shift, which is 4. And here we'll say routing. And here we'll just say no components. Oh my goodness. All right, there we go. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do that. Hold on a second. Ooh, let's take this. Make dir -p. Boom. And now touch that. All right. And actually, we could go back up here and take this a little bit farther. I did that wrong. This should be assert file not changed. Yeah. There we go. That feels better. Okay, so we're going to find no components, but nothing in here is going to end up matching. So we're not going to change anything. So what we're going to do is let's go into this file. Come on, PHP Storm, you can do it. There you go. I believe in you. Let's go back to our example in our quick start guide. Let's take this. And we could leave this actually because we're technically not registering anything that's a component. But if someone were actually ever working on, you know, the shift code base, this would be a pretty confusing test because on the surface you would be like looking at this fixture. Oh, it should have changed this. So let's be good about this. Let's say like HTTP controller, and we'll say something like user controller. And let's just chunk these out. So we'll say user controller here, right? So it shouldn't do anything with this one, right? That shouldn't change that. So, because there's no components. There's no component references in there. All right, let's go ahead and make this other one. So we'll say components. So we got no components and we got components. Let's take this one. We'll just start here. Super simple, easy stuff. But we'll also iterate on like all the other types of Livewire components that we demonstrated, right? So let's write this test, or let's write this fixture, and then let's make it pass. So let's change, we're gonna change this now to components. So let's say components. And then now we would expect the file, the file changes, excuse me. And the file changes here. What I normally do for these is like a dot after. That way I still get like the IDE completion and all that fun stuff. And this, whoops, this should be routes web. And there's a little more setup we're gonna need to do here to actually make that work. So let's just get rid of all these other tests because I think this is a good enough set of them. And what we need to do here is we actually need to share that data. Let's bring in shift. And we're going to share components, and we need to set it up. We need to set this up with the tuple that we expect. So in this case, it's going to be, we said app. Is it Livewire? Yeah, it's Livewire counter.php. And based on our find, and we can go, you know, we can make sure find works later with the test. I don't think that's critical for now. There we go. So I think we do something like this. And then the after is going to just be a copy of this, but with, helps when you say dot after. There we go. So the after version of that's going to be this, Livewire. And you know what, just for some variance, let's put this in here too, right? All right, that feels pretty good. Okay, let's get our routing test, copy that. Let's run pint real quick while I'm thinking about it. Cool, vendor bin, PHP unit, bam. String contains argument haystack must be type string array given. Yes, because it's a tuple and I didn't dereference the name. Okay, good. Good failure. Good failure right there. Okay, yeah, see, I'm bringing in component, but component is an array. We need to kind of destructure that. So, it's a little bit ugly, but this is technically like component equals component 1. Okay, what did we break here? Okay, my imports are backwards. But actually, look, it changed Livewire. It changed Livewire. Wonderful. My component, or my imports are just wrong. Yeah, alphabetical order. We pass. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's do some funkier stuff with this. Let's do some funkier stuff with this to prove that the suffix matching is all good, right? So let's say something like route get. Let's say something like fully qualified component. We'll say fully qualified Livewire component. And here we'll say app Livewire counter. So it should get that too. It doesn't matter that they're overlapping. And then we need to do like a funky one of like a relative relative Livewire component. Relative Livewire component name. Let's see if this works also. And then you kind of need like, we have the fully qualified one. Let's throw that in there for giggles. We should do both. We should do both. Let's do both. So here's all kind of the variants of the names, right? And so now these should all be Livewire as well. All right, it does not like, it expected Livewire, but it still got, so it got the other ones. It did not get the one that had the prefixing slash. It did not get the one with the prefixing slash. That's interesting. So let's debug that and see why. I don't even think I need this. I don't get the sense that I need that. It still doesn't get it. Okay, so something's wrong. Something's wrong with our actual capturing. Let's dump component. Let's dump the name. So Livewire counter, Livewire counter, Livewire, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Does str ends with not pass for an exact match? Does it truly have to be a suffix? That would be like a today I learned thing. I would not have expected that. I'm here in the chat, so maybe somebody in the chat already knows something I don't. Let's see here. What about single action controllers? I think we covered that. That might be an old chat. Never mind. Let's go look at str ends with PHP. Yeah. Boom. Performs a case-sensitive check if haystack ends with needle. True if haystack ends with needle. False otherwise. Binary safe. Oh, yeah, okay. What's very interesting to me, like I get technically speaking, the string does not end. End as in is a true suffix with the substring. So like the technical wording here is nuanced to where like, I get why they do it this way. But clearly, as someone who's written PHP for 20 years, 25 years, I kind of thought this would just work, right? Because I mean, the string ends with the other string. It's just the exact ending of the string. I'm just surprised that they don't call, you know how like the Laravel docs and the PHP docs have like little note sections. I'm just surprised it's not called out here. That seems like an interesting boundary. I can't be the first idiot to ever do that. So anyway, the point here is that technically I have to say if component is equal to name or it ends with the name. It's just interesting that I have to do that. So you're saying it works with a full string? I would think it works too. So like what am I missing here? Does that make any sense? Did I put slash in my no? No. Okay, well here, I tell you what, let's see if this passes. If this passes, then something is amiss. Something is amiss. No, it doesn't pass here either. So something else is being a little funky. Something else is being a little funky for me. So let's dump name and let's dump component. Yeah, see, it's app Livewire counter. Okay, so that's the other stuff. It's getting counter. It's getting that. Now it's getting that. It, I can't tell what's what component. I think it might be in the regex. I'm starting to think it might be in the regex. Yeah, see, name has got... Did I get these backwards? Oh, I did. That's what's wrong. I got these backwards. Sorry. I got these backwards. Yeah. The order of the arguments is wrong. Woo! I went on a tirade there about... Okay, so the haystack... The haystack is still component. The haystack is component 1. I need to... Yeah, I was adjusting the wrong thing. I need to normalize the name that they put in. Yeah. Now we're just stupid white space changes. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Okay, my bad. Okay, so the issue here. Okay. Whew. Okay, I was gonna say I could not have been the first person to get thrown off by that. Like technically, I get if they made it that strict, but like, surprised there would have been no call out. Anyway, str ends with behaves exactly the way everybody thinks. All good there. My mistake. The issue here was that I was looking at component as being the thing that we got from the routes, but component is what came from shared data, not the actual thing that came from the route. Okay. So we're good here. We have a test here. Again, I think there's more we could do, but like to the point, we're pretty good here, right? Like, is this 100% accurate? Could it have some false positive changes? Yes. Could it miss some changes? Yes. But given the kind of compound nature of this particular automation, like we got to be able to find your components, and then we're checking that the names match these components. Like, I think it's okay. I think this is good enough. The first person that comes back with support and is like, oh, it didn't change my routes, or it only changed a few of them, it missed these, I would be like, okay, well, hey, what does that component look like? Where does it live? And then we got to see which side's kind of messed up, right? Is it strictly because I did some simple string searching here, or maybe do I need to do a better job finding components? I don't know. I don't know which side of this equation, needs some work. So for now, it is good enough until somebody tells me, there needs to be a better direction. Okay, what's next? How are we doing on time? We're doing great. Okay, let's do this. Let's do two more. Let's do 2 more tests, particularly on wire model, because I think we want to backfill the test for the rough spikes. I think the routing thing was kind of a rough spike, so we demonstrated that we got through that. I think wire navigate, wire transition, the renamed methods, all that stuff's pretty straightforward. I think wire model is still rough, and I think this JavaScript deprecation's pretty rough. Wire model's rough because we don't want to put deep everywhere. We want to put we only want to put it on things that aren't form elements. So we need a pretty good test fixture to demonstrate that, right? So that's why that one's kind of rough. And then the JavaScript deprecations is kind of rough because we're going to need to kind of pull out the block that we're updating to make sure that the syntax that we change is correct. So this might be a little more complicated. I think this shouldn't be that bad. Famous last words. Let's get in there. Okay, where are we here? we need to get back into our tests area. So inside of routing, let's call this, let's just make another layer here. We'll call this wire model. And yeah, I think we'll probably want like a no-op, but I don't need that here. Let's just do, let's change the names here. Let's find this. We'll just touch that. Sometimes when I don't have anything, I just call these like basic. And then we'll call this, or sorry, we'll call this basic blade.php because it's probably a blade file. And then we'll say blade, we'll say basic.after.blade.php. All right, let's remove that and let's remove components after. Let's go take their example for now. Ah, I lost it. Oh, no, I didn't. I opened a new window. Let's take the wire model stuff. Here we go. So here's before. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's copy that. So here's before. Wire model. And let's just go ahead and throw on like a wire model here. And this will be like email. All good. We'll say name. All right, and then after, the goal of ours would be that this got the .deep, but this one did not. That's the goal. Looks really simple in a fixture, but parsing this, string parsing this is going to be ugly. So let's see if we can get it figured out. Let's get our test. Where's our test? Let's go into that routing test. We'll just copy it because it's going to have the pretty much exact same stuff. So let's call this wire model test. Wire model test. We'll change everywhere that's routing to wire model. All right, it does nothing when no wire, or it does nothing when nothing is found. All right, so here we could just say something like resources, doesn't even matter, resources dot views dot no-op is what I typically call these .blade.php. And we'll just say something like span no changes. Cool. Let's get rid of that. All right, so no changes, nothing got changed in here. No comments were left, nothing was said. And then here, we don't really need that extra one. We can just go right into our basic example now. I kind of always do the no-op one. It's just kind of like a quick fail-safe to make sure that I'm not doing anything funky. And again, I haven't done any of the branding or the messaging here, like in the PR or the logging for like my own analytics. So that's why some of these things here like should not have been called. That would get triggered. Some of these things would get triggered when I go back and add that layer. So that's kind of the boilerplate no-op thing for me. So we'll say it converts wire model on non-form elements. All right. So here we could kind of borrow the same thing, but it won't be a no-op here. We'll just call this basic. Let's borrow this. And we'll change this to kaboom. We'll change this to wire model is what we said. And then that's going to be basic. And then we need to change this as well. Now we don't need anything inside of shift. We just straight up call perform on this. So let's copy that. Vendor bin PHP unit. Failed asserting that basic. Oh yeah, sorry. It's basic.blade. .blade. There we go. All right, cool. So we're not getting any wire models there. So if we go back into here, what's interesting What's interesting is that it should have actually replaced everything. Actuals.deep. Oh, did I not change that? Did I get that backwards? Let's just close everything. Basic. Oh, they're all basic. Oh, that was stupid. There we go. Wire model. Actual. It's claiming it didn't. I would have expected it to change both of them based on our current implementation. So let's dig into these again. So let's just dump and see what paths it found. So we'll dump paths. Okay, it's not finding anything. Interesting. So find, oh, that's always a gotcha for me. I think, yeah, shnikes. I think that find PHP files, we'd have to dig into core to prove this. Pretty sure it doesn't automatically look at the resources folder. Did I put these in the resources folder? Resources views, yeah. I think historically looking in the resources views folder yields like a lot of false positives when I'm doing, you know, typical stuff in a Laravel application. And so I don't think, unless I explicitly tell it to look in there, I don't think it does that. Let's go check. I don't think it does that. Find PHP files containing. There it is. All right, so prepare paths. Paths null. Get resource paths. Yeah, see, it looks at composer autoload to get your auto-loaded paths. And then if you're Laravel, it tacks on common code paths, route, database, config, whatever. But it won't, yeah, it won't tack on resources. That's what's happening. I think I have like an all paths, yeah. Yeah. Get all of the folders within a project excluding the given paths or any paths configured to exclude. Okay. I think the quickest fix is to say shift all paths here. That's typically what I remember now that I do this in other things. Like if we go search for this, I think you're going to see a lot of these. Come on, iMac. You can do it. There you go. Yeah, 40 matches across 34 files. Yeah. Yeah, HTML. You can see here HTML attributes. There's a good example. So yeah, this is not uncommon for me to do. I just kind of forgot it when we were spiking, which is why we write tests. Okay, good. Now we're getting resources, and they're both saying deep. There we go. This is what we expected based on what we spiked. So now the goal is to get this one to not say deep and then to push it out with like select and whatever else. I mean, it's really just select, right? Or text, select in text area. Okay, so we can crank that out. Okay, so what can we do here? What's like a reliable enough? What's a reliable enough way? Quietly thinking, which is probably not great for a stream. Let me get into the fixture. I feel like my voice is starting to get crappy, so let's go ahead. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give my voice a break while I write out. I'm gonna write out a much more complete fixture here of like just like all the things in my head that could trip this up or make parsing it difficult. So yeah, let me just kind of stay quiet and zone into this for like 2 minutes. All right. I don't... I'm not seeing a ready example of this, but I'm not convinced that it doesn't exist. But just knowing what I know of like CSS child selectors, I'm not sure if there would be like that, you know, something like that inside of a Tailwind like utility class. I forget what they call these though, so I'm not doing like the right search. So like if anybody in the chat knows that, let me know. Please tell me. But I'm just trying to see what I'm trying to do is my plan is that if we find wire model, what I would do is effectively backtrack until I landed on a parenthesis, or sorry, an opening bracket, or a less than sign is really what we're saying. Not bracket, but a less than sign. So I'm trying to find examples of where like that would trip this up. So like here is an example, right? Because it would stop there and be like, oh, you're a p tag, so put .deep on there, right? And then like same thing here. This would be like, oh, you're some tag, you know, put that there. So the complexity of like attribute parsing it, like, do I want to go that far down this road for this thing? Again, I don't know. I don't know how many people I'd have to, you know, we have to run it to kind of weigh the pros and cons of like how hardcore do I want to parse this. So yeah, I'm trying to think of a reliable way. I mean, we could ask ChatGPT and see. I'm plugged in there right now. I don't have Claude all set up on the iMac. I probably should have done that before the stream. I don't typically use my iMac other than to stream or to like pair on like a longer video call. But for the most part, I use my MacBook Pro. So that is more set up with my like everyday stuff. I use PHP Storm. I use all the things we're using here, but I don't have all my like fanciness set up. The few skills and all the stuff that I do use is more configured on that machine. So if it appears, yeah, if it appears between quotes, you can skip it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically what we're talking about is we need like a very, very rudimentary, rough parser that takes an incomplete snippet of HTML and backtracks to find the opening tag. That's kind of what we're after. Let's see what ChatGPT does with it. Let me make sure I'm logged in. Hold on a second. Let's make sure I'm logged in. I would like Claude better for this, but I think given its generic algorithm, I think this is okay. All right. Can you write me a minimal PHP algorithm that scans a larger set of HTML text from or let's say backward from a given offset that will find the opening / parent tag from the current string position. It should ignore any false positives which are inside of the preceding attributes for that tag. Preceding. Preceding. There we go. Let's see what it comes up with. I'm probably not too worried about that. Find parent opening tag. I probably shouldn't have said parent. Yeah, I shouldn't have said parent. It's actually not the parent. It should be the containing tag. Let's see what it changes. Oh my god, it's still writing. Okay, div span x is greater than y. Hello. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So span position 5. I can live with that. Y containing is the right term here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, AI. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Okay. Make it compatible with Nikic parse. What? What does that mean? What is this? Sorry, I got on I use Nikic's parser. What is this? Is this real? Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah. I got you. All good. Okay, so let's say find containing tag. Well, let's just see how it does, huh? We already got the write up. We got the test fixture. Let's do it. Okay, so we're going to find containing tags. So now what are we trying to do here? This is where it gets weird. We're not going to immediately replace anymore. I'm here in the chat. What did I do wrong now, people? Couldn't you use the new HTML5 parser in PHP 8.4? Maybe, and I will look into that. But Blade, you're dealing with a Blade partial. So given the fact that it's a partial set of HTML and it contains Blade, I just don't know how well that thing would do. And historically for Shift, what has proven, again, good enough is like this kind of contextual scanning back and forth has proven good enough. But yes, what I love, an actual parser that I could trust, like for full fidelity, absolutely. But again, in the absence of that, this scanning back and forth is not so bad. Let's see how it does. So let's change this a little bit. Let's call this what we've called before, like occurrences is equal to preg match all. We want to match all of the wire models in contents. Oh, sorry. Occurrences is what we want. And we want to, and then does this return an int? Is that right? Oh, the chat's in the way. I think this returns an int. Yeah, false. Okay, so found equals, so then we'll basically say if not found, continue is what we want. Continue, thank you. All right, and then occurrences. All right, and then we would for each array reverse occurrences. Yeah, we need to preg. Then we need to flag this. We need to flag this with preg offset capture because we need the offset. I forget what this gives us, but I feel like we should just reverse that for occurrence. For now, let's var dump occurrence. I'm going to get rid of this because we don't need that anymore. And let's not put anything out. Let's run our test again. So this gives us the positional bit is 1. And they all say wire model. So I see why it's suggested. Preg. I think it's set order. I thought there was one that gave you the outer one. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I always get those backwards, set order versus pattern order. There's a way to just get an array of all the offsets. That's what I was trying to get, but it's okay. Okay, so what we want to do here now is we now want to, let's say tag is equal to this, find containing tag of contents, and then we would pass it occurrence. In this case, we would have passed it occurrence 1, right? Oh, I see. It's giving us this. Yeah, okay. I get it. I get it. It's all the set order. It's already in that order. So this would be 1. Really what I need to do is var dump occurrences. Let's var dump this, but I think I got my array dereferencing wrong here. Let's pull this up. Where are you? Yeah, 0. Why is it just 0? I don't remember why it's just 0. I gotta pass another flag, but whatever. Okay, text area, input, select. Select gets select. Input gets pause 73. Okay. It didn't seem like that went in reverse order. But whatever. Did it or did it not? We need it to go in reverse order. It found div wire model and input. Yeah, okay. It is going in reverse. Okay, the div's last, even though it's first positionally. Okay, this is why this is important. When you're doing string manipulation, I'm moving things around in the string, right? So if I have offsets, right now my offset right here is, let's say, 27. If I go put dot deep up here, well, 27 now is over here, right? Because I just shifted everything by, dot deep. I shifted everything by 5 characters. So 27 is really 32. But if I go in reverse order, then 27 starts at 27 and 5 is still 5 because I'm working my way backwards up. So just a little trick I've learned over the years. I think I've mentioned that on a stream before, but. Okay, so we're finding the tag. And now basically we're gonna say if, what do we call this? Okay, let's tweak our algorithm to just give us, the tag name. And let's see if ChatGPT can do that for us. Or well, you know what? This may have value for other stuff. I feel like well, no, screw it. Let's have it do it right? ChatGPT. Oh, did I lose it? Crap. There we are. Yeah. Can you have the values? Can you have the tag returned be just the element name? I hate that it just Change it. Read tag name. I'm assuming, well, whatever, we'll just copy the whole thing. I'm assuming the bottom part's all that I need, but. All right. Whoops. So yeah, if tag, so in array, tag, yeah, okay, and what do we want to skip? Just like the docs say, we want to skip input, select, or text area. Thank you. Continue. Otherwise, we'll take the original occurrence offset. We'll take the original occurrence offset, and we got a substring replace this. So contents equals substring, replace. You know what? We could just insert. We could just use my little fancy insert. So we're going to str insert my string helper, which takes the insertion, which is going to be .deep, and we're going to insert that into contents at occurrence1 plus 10. Let's see what tag gives us. Oh, whoops. Find containing element. Okay, fair enough. Var dump. So we can change that to element. Div, beautiful. Okay, cool. And then how are we? Oh, I wrote all the stuff in the beginning, but I never put it in the after. Okay, let's make a few quick tweaks here. This looks good. Tag is still that. Let's change this to be called element now that they're doing that, because that feels better. Element, cool. Okay, so element and then the tag name. Could just call it name, but whatever. I'll tweak this algorithm if I use it more in the future. What we need to do is we need to take this basic blade, and now we need to change it up. So let's just for kicks throw like a span. Let's throw a span in here for like wire model span. And I don't even, could you even do that where you put like a span in a text area? Like, I don't think, I'm trying to think of like a weird wrapping that we could do, but you know what? It's okay. This is a good enough start, I think. Okay, so what should get it is .deep here and .deep here. Yeah, see, can a wire model .deep? Otherwise, it did really, really well. It did really, really well. But see, this is why I wanted to just be quiet and like make a bunch of weird things. Okay, here's what it's finding. It's finding that. It's finding that. So there's a couple things. There's a couple things I could do here to improve this, but this is where the string approach becomes a little bit funky, and you're always massaging it because it's never going to be 100%. You're always just turning the dial ever so slowly, and you're just never going to reach 100. So here's the thing. We could say, oh, okay, well, you got to have an equals, right? You got to have an equals. Okay, well, sure, but then they could also have an equals inside of this text thing. So like, la 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 la. There's stuff. There's stuff here. You know, you're never going to be 100%. So I can do one of two things. I can I can make sure that we're only replacing things that have the equals next to it, and that would at least satisfy this limited fixture. But again, the point here is that you could have an alt text with, you know, the full fixture in here, and you would still have the equals, and then we'd still run into the problem, and we're just kicking the can down the road. So, unless you're like shifting an application that's like a documentation repository for Livewire, like again, I think we're good enough. I think we're good enough. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. We already got a regex, so I'm gonna go ahead. I mean, I don't think you can. No, because you can say things after wire model. You can say things like dot. Yeah, you can say things like dot blur and dot live. I'm taking a break after this one. This is starting to get a little annoying. This is the nuance. This is the nuance of shift. These are like these tiny little things. So, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. What if what if something were in here? I'm gonna leave that. And if there's a support ticket, and like I said, if something comes in, then I know, I kind of have a little reminder there for myself that, oh, I should have wrote it that way. But this should pass. Okay. That should pass. Cool. All right. We are close to getting this to a runnable place. So I think, let's do this. I still got a good hour or so left. Let me get into 4. I want to do one more. So we got wire model. We got wire model. It feels pretty good. We went above and beyond even what the upgrade guide was saying, because the upgrade guide and Caleb was just like, just don't put dot deep on there. But we're putting dot deep on there in the right places. Okay, we might miss a place. We might miss a place. If you got really, really complex nested wire model references, maybe we'll miss a place. But we're putting it on the right places when we do. I feel good about that. At that point, wire transition, wire navigate, these are easy. These are much, much easier. I can backfill some fixtures there, but much, much easier. The rename methods, again, we talked about writing a finder for that, so maybe I'll come back to that. I think what's more important is to actually like smoke test this, but this one's blatantly like broken. So this is just incomplete. This is just flat out like not replacing stuff correctly. So so let's fix this one next, and then I'm gonna smoke test it with whatever time I got left. So let me take a 10-minute break. Let's bring up our little other thing we generated, our little break. And let's change this to 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll open break. Okay. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. All right, I'll see y'all back here in a second. All right. Hello, hello. We're back. All right, let's get after this for like one more hour. Okay, pint's looking good. What's left here? I think the nastiest, or well, we're on the wrong thing. What did I just do? I hate that that bar jumps around. I hate any UI that freaking moves on you. It shouldn't move. I get that I was in full screen mode, but like, it moved and then it moved. Give me a break. Okay. Beta, where were we? We're trying to look at these low impact JavaScript deprecations. So let's write a test for this. Let's just take their boilerplate examples that they have here before and after. I'll keep an eye on the time. I can't guarantee that I'll get these hooks to work before the stream is over, but like I feel like if I can find that closing parenthesis thing, I think we could figure it out. I think we could get it right. Okay, let's see here. Check the chat. Yeah, Blade. Yeah. Okay, could you search and replace for all values inside that with placeholder? Yeah, going back to what I said before, like the string manipulation stuff can work. And there's ways, like I can continue to kick the can down the road and just keep tweaking it to overcome all the little nuance people sent in. But like, you know, I don't feel like that's relevant, or not relevant. I don't feel like that's necessary. The automation that's in this shift currently is probably good enough for like, I would say 90% of applications. Probably more, to be honest. I mean, who's putting wire model inside of an attribute with an equal sign? Like, that's interesting, right? That's some interesting code. Like, just send it to me and then I'll come up with a way around it. But I think at that point you'd be like 95%. So like, I'm okay launching shift with like 70%, to be honest. I've grown a little bit resilient. Sounds like you could use the blade parser John is writing. Yeah. I've heard of like 25 people that have written one over the years. I've never seen anything released. So when someone's got something actually out there that like Laravel blesses, I'm all for it. Oh, that wasn't a lunch break. It was a break. Sorry. You all get the idea. No more breaks. Let's get it done. Let's get this smoke tested, and then I'll put the polish on it tomorrow because it's gonna release Wednesday, right? Okay, so let's go back to fixtures. Actually, in Livewire, where were we? Fixtures. Did I call it live? I did call it live. I should have called it Livewire. We'll fix that later. Okay, so wire model routing. Let's do wire model. Let's do JavaScript. And let's go open up wire model test. All right. So let's get a test to kind of drive out what we're missing, the rough edges on this, and then I'll deploy it and run it against Laravel shift and we'll watch the world burn. So let's call this, what do we call this? JavaScript deprecations, is that right? I feel like, yes, maybe. Yeah. All right, let's change this to JavaScript. Yep, I did call it JavaScript deprecations. All right, cool. Nailed it. All right, JavaScript deprecations. It does nothing when nothing is found. All good. So that's fine, no changes. We can leave that alone. And then let's say it updates deprecated JavaScript code. All right, we'll change this to JavaScript, and I think to really give this like a push, we should put this, to really demonstrate this, we should put this in a JS file. Yeah. I think that's what we want to do. And oh yeah, sorry, this needs to be JS. Okay, let's see if this runs. It should not, since we don't have those files, but let's do vendor bin php unit blam. And yeah, that doesn't exist. We know. Okay, so let's go ahead and touch this. Touch, boom. And touch dot after. Wonderful. Run it again. And we pass because there's no before and after fixtures. So let's go fix this. Let's make a variance between these two files. So let's just go collect everything there is to collect inside of here. So first we're going to collect this. So toggle bookmark, yes. And then let's do something else too, like with like .js, constructor. Who knows? Doesn't matter. The point is we're just trying to like demonstrate that this gets converted. So .js, we'll do like, we'll just say something like old syntax here, right? And we've got whatever, no op, doesn't matter. All right, and then next would be that. They demonstrated as that. Oh, this. Okay, yeah. That's fine. I think we're going with wire. I need to ask Caleb like what the actual difference there is, but all right, we're gonna do that, and then that's the new one, and then this is the old one. All right, I think that's a good example of all of the stuff, right? So before we have this too, so let's demonstrate the old syntax no op. We got the bookmark. We're gonna replace that, and then we're gonna replace this, like, we'll call this prefixed. And then all this stuff kind of doesn't really matter. Boom. Now, inside these, I think this matters. So we'll say something like snapshot dot prop, and we'll say effects dot prop. We'll say something like if status. I'm just trying to put some stuff in here because when we do replace these, we're going to want them to have to kind of like handle that too. So we'll say like prevent default. I think we call that. And then we'll say like console log content. Make it somewhat real, right? All right, so basic after, and then I don't think we need these anymore. We're not going to put that in there. Okay, so what we would expect for after is all of these to be wire, first of all. So that all becomes wire. And then here we would expect, and this is where I don't know JavaScript, but like here we're expecting that becomes this. And then what'd they say? Yeah, equals no op. It's just equal whatever's over there. And then this becomes same thing. We'll do a dot. We'll get rid of that. And it's equal. And then the Livewire hooks become intercept message. So Livewire commit becomes intercept message. No hook. And then what's the other one? Intercept request. And then we need to change the callbacks within this also. So we're going to say on finish, I think becomes respond. On success becomes payload. So that, yeah, this is the part that's very, very incomplete. is replacing that. And that's the part that honestly, it's probably going to take more time than I have to really get these inner portions right. But I want a very, very complete, yeah, equivalent to respond. Oh, what is this? Sorry, on failure. Did I miss it? On failure. And then we kind of needed a note that there's like a difference there, so that's kind of interesting. And then these are on response. So on response, and then it's response. And this becomes response.status. That becomes difficult. What is response? Oh, response is still just response. Okay, so we're fine there. We're fine there. This becomes response.status, and JSON can stay access JSON via response JSON. Do we want to rename that? I guess we should. And theoretically, you could have called those anything you wanted, actually. You don't have to call them what they are in the docs. Yeah, converting these is going to be nasty. Converting these is going to be nasty. So we got response dot status, prevent default stays the same. Content becomes response body. And then on failure. Oh, that's on error. Whoops. So that's different. That's different. We would have to, yeah, we would kind of have to default to like who's who here. Based on that other one, we're actually defaulting to fail becomes on error. And then, yeah, some of these are wrong too. Look at this. See, technically you don't have to intercept message. We kind of don't have to rename. The order of the parameters is actually, where's commit? Commits the message, commits the commit. We don't have to rename all these things because we actually have access to the local scoped variable name. Now, we would need to rename their signatures though. So like, again, if we're going through all that trouble, we may as well just make it the best there is, but like, just kind of thinking out loud. Anyway, let's see how nasty this gets. All right, I definitely don't expect any of this stuff to work, but I would expect some of this stuff up top to kind of work. So we got the JS constructor, that's good, and we got the old syntax so far as we prefixed it with wire, but we're not updating this part of it. So I would like to see everything, I think for just today, since I'm getting a little bit low on time, what I would like to see is everything up to intercept message. Everything up to intercept message I want to see functional. If that's passing, then I'll take the time on the intercept message stuff because two things. One, it's a deemed a low impact change. Now I don't put a lot of stock in what's low impact or not. I mean, if you got a web application that's using this in 10 places, that's not low impact to you. I get what they're saying, like it's low impact, what they believe based on the broader community. But if you buy a shift and you're looking at it to do this and it doesn't, it's pretty high impact to you and it's bad for me. So I want this to work, but because it is listed as low impact and because it is listed as deprecated and not necessarily completely removed, it doesn't have to be there like for Wednesday if for some reason I can't get to it. So I want to get to it. I'm just not going to get to it on stream. I do think this stuff is a little more critical though. And if this stuff works, then I think this stuff's easier to build, as we've seen. We get the ball rolling a little bit. So, to that point, let's yeah, see this dashery is, that's what I was trying to ask Caleb earlier. I mean, yeah, you really shouldn't have. Let's just do that to make life happy for now. Anyway, let's get back to the code. 4 hours of streaming is starting to get to me. Let's get back into, what was this called? JavaScript deprecations. There we are. So the prefixing is looking pretty good. I'm okay with that. The update actions is not so hot. I kind of would have expected that to do a little better than it's doing. We're doing update actions after we add the prefix. Okay, good. So find files contain, oh, is this that same thing where like it's not, look, yeah. No, we're not limiting it to PHP files. So find files containing should find everything. Let's dump paths. Yeah, resource.js. Okay, so it's finding it. What's wrong with this? Oh, yeah, it's not escaped. All right, let's start there. Yeah, there we go. Now we're just, yeah, now we're just the closing. Now we're just that closing parenthesis. Okay, we knew this was going to be a problem. Yeah, we knew this was going to be a problem. This might need to be kind of like we just did with the, what did we just write with that wire model stuff where we had to like, yeah, we did it like reverse order. Yeah. We're going to need to do the same thing here. We're going to need to do the same thing here. I'm going to need to get the offset and then say, hey, go find this thing's next closing parenthesis. Now, I'm pretty sure shift, find, yeah, I knew it was here. What's the signature on this? Opening parenthesis position and contents. Yeah. That would give me where it is, and then I think it returns shift facades int. What? Oh, it's just a stupid name. Okay. I guess that's supposed to be /int. That's pretty dumb. Okay. Anyway, yes. Where were we? We were in, what was that we were just on? Wire model. Let's go borrow some of this. Because we're basically going to do the same thing. So instead of wire model and all this deep stuff, we're going to take this same, little bit here. So let's take the same little bit. Contents, occurrences, matches, preg offset capture. Good. Okay, then we're going to array reverse that. And then we basically I think the way this works is here we're going to say, we'll say position, but I think the way this works is find closing parenthesis. You have to tell it, yeah, opening parenthesis position. So let's say the open, and it's in contents, and this is close. All right, so open is going to be occurrences 1, which is the beginning of this. str pause. We don't need to think about it. We just need to get it. Yeah, sorry. It's occurrence 1 plus occurrence 0. Find that opening parentheses. Probably a +1 there too, in fairness. Okay, so then close, and then let's say if we couldn't find the close, then continue. We're just not going to mess with it for now. We can log that later, but for now we're not going to mess with it. Otherwise, we basically need to chop off that last character. So I'm just trying to think. I don't think you can do an str replace. I don't think you... I think, well, you know what? I think str replace takes a -1. No. No, those are offsets based on the end. Yeah, we'd have to take the whole thing and then like R trim it. And then we still got to replace the stuff in it. So yeah, it's a little bit ugly, but let's do this. Let's do snippet equals substring of, yeah, kind of like this. So it's, I think I have like STS segment. Yeah, I have a segment. Contents. Yeah, the value, the start, and the end. So this, it's not open. This is technically, we go back to this and then end. Or sorry, close. That's our snippet. And then inside of snippet, we need to still do the same replacement that we did before, which is like this wire.js stuff. And we have to chop off the end. Yes. Don't really want to preg replace it. It should be a little bit easier than that, but we're kind of just like rebuilding it, to be honest. I also think my occurrence, the structure of my occurrence is going to be a little bit weird because I've got this match in there. It's going to have sets of the matches. That's where that set offset's kind of weird. So I could still do a preg replace just on snippet. That is possible. Let's just see what this looks like. I'm kind of flying blind here. So now we're going to say contents equals str replace, or substring replace, sorry. Substring replace, contents, snippet. It's not open end anymore. Or no, it is open end. Yes. No, it's not close. See, this is where it gets weird. I think this takes... It doesn't take the open end. It takes the offset and then the length, which is kind of annoying. So you have to do something like that +1. It's really gross. It's really, really gross. Must be of type int. String given. Okay. Yeah, see, I thought the structure of this is a little weird. Now that I'm catching two things, I think the structure of this is a little bit weird. Let's do occurrence. Nope, just kidding. Oh, do I have some code up here? Yeah. Wire.js prefix 2. That's not the structure I expected. What's the full structure? Var dump occurrences. Yeah. One is the things that I matched. This is where the difference between the set order and all that stuff comes into play. I still want 0, but the thing is I kind of don't care about this anymore. Given the way we rewrote this, I don't really care to capture it up there. I'm replacing it down here. So let's just keep going. So we're saying occurrence 0. So haystack is 0. That's, oh wait, sorry. Haystack is 0. That's this. So it should give me the position, whoops, of that curly. So which one's it griping about? Line 64 down here. String segment, occurrence close. Maybe it's not finding. Oh. I think this uses a tokenizer. It's not strictly character based. The find closing parentheses is not strictly character based. It actually tokenizes it as PHP. And this is JavaScript. Yeah. Find closing. Yeah. Split the string. Well, maybe it doesn't tokenize it. I thought it tokenized it. What is this getting? Var dump close 141. Start must be of type int. String given. Start must be of type int. Okay, so we achieved nothing. Snippet. What is this? Let's do a var dump of snippet. What does snippet give us? Ah, too far. Snippet's giving us... Okay, it's getting the snippet. That looks good. It's getting the snippet. And now we're going to take snippet. So let's see what snippet looks like after we're done. So after we're done, it does, although we've got a double up here. That's kind of interesting. Oh, wait, no, that's... The old syntax is doubling up. We array reverse. So something's wrong with our... I feel like something's wrong with our string replacement instead. Because snippet actually looks pretty good. In fact, we could go so far as to -1 that to get the... Yeah, now the problem's just the original. So we got the closing parenthesis off. Now the problem's, why are we not snippet? Why is this doubling up $1? If that were $0, I would kind of understand what it's doing there, but why is it doubling that up? Let's look at this one more time. Var dump It's only doing it for a few of them too, which is kind of strange. Let's pipe this to more too. Okay, so we've got wire.js, blah, blah, blah. And then that replaced well. Wire.js, blah, 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 that replaced well. Wire.js, that replaced well. So I think it's something. So it's gotta be this then. Something about this is throwing me off. So we array reverse, so it shouldn't be messed up that way. What's wrong with open and close? Something's wrong with this. In contents. Oh, it's not open. It's not open, it's the occurrence. It's the beginning of the original occurrence, not the opening parentheses. That's why we're off by like 6. Okay, unsupported operator types int minus string. Occurrence 1, I'm sorry. 0 is the thing, occurrence is 1. Okay. Substring replacement argument offset must be a type. What? Oh, I did it again. There we go. Okay, no more errors. And now we're down to the intercept stuff. Okay. Yeah, proof that I'm running out of steam here. Proof that I'm running out of steam. I'm not as young as I used to be. I could have coded for like 10 hours straight as I used to be, but now I'm starting to drain a little bit. It's the live stream too. To talk it out the whole time, like when you get stuck on something, I think a lot of developers quiet, focused, lock in. You get closer and closer to the screen. But like when you're on live stream, you know, I want to try to, it's like when I'm pairing, I want to try to talk it out and, you know, explain what I'm doing. But that takes, kind of burns you out like doubly quick, if you will. Like when we used to pair all the time, like we'd take breaks, you know, we'd play like, you know, we'd play a game or we'd play, you know, play ping pong, or, you know, we had arcade games, or, you know, I'd go get a coffee. You know, you'd take 10 minutes. So I'm running out of time to take the 10 minutes. What time is it? It's 2:15. Yeah. See, I've only got about 45 minutes left until I gotta switch gears and go get the girls. So I'm okay with this failing. Let's do this. I think we're in a place where let's get this out there. Let's get this out there running, right? Let's add source and tests, and let's whip this sucker. Get push origin head. We're not going to take any more breaks, so see you later. See you later, break.html. Served me well. What is kind of left? So here's the goal. Let's go back to 4. So I think we got a failing test, which is gonna give me later tonight, tomorrow, whenever I come back to this. This is gonna allow me to like fix the rest of the things that are broken. But kind of looking through this, find components appears to be fine. Again, we're gonna see this by testing a real application, and then I can go and add more tests to where I think I need them. I still need to do the config, in fairness. So yeah, I still need to do the config. The dependencies are here, and Caleb did mention some minimal bits for Flux and Alpine and things like that. So I'll keep tweaking that. Routing's tested out. This should be good. So we'll say something like adopt route Livewire. All right, cool. And then wire models here. So preserve wire model bubble behavior. Okay, cool. We'll just say bubbling. That sounds fun, right? All right, and then adopt wire navigate scroll. That's fine. I'm cool with these adopt. Use native browser view transition API. Cool. And again, we can backfill tests here. I'm probably not using any wire transitions, so whatever. Renamed methods does need some love. Let me throw a little to-do in here. So there's another one that needs to go. And then we have a failing test for this. So once that test is passing, this is actually pretty good. So what should we call this? Like, we could say modernize. What did they call it in the upgrade guide? This is like, yeah, there's a lot of things in here. JavaScript actions, JavaScript blah, blah, blah. It's kind of, well, it's not just, I was going to say, it's not just the JS helper. It's also those hooks. I'm going to leave it to that for now. Again, I don't write this myself, so I'm not sure what you call that in like the dev world, but, and then miscellaneous. Okay, so what we're looking for in the smoke test is, let's deploy this. I'm gonna run it against the Laravel Shift code base from, I'm gonna need to run that from a MacBook Pro to get into the server. Because again, I don't work from the iMac, so I don't have the latest keys for the workers. So let's do this. Let's pint this one more time. I think everything's good already. Okay, cool. Git whip, git push, -u, origin head. Okay, that's going up. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get on the MacBook Pro. Let's get the MacBook Pro, here we go. Let's move this for a second. Let's get over here. And let me okay. Let's cd shift. Let's get into the shift code base. Let's get fetch. All right, let's get that L4 branch. Git checkout L4. Clear. Let's deploy that up to the shift workers. And then what do we call this? We call this L4, I think. So let me go back over here for a second. So basically we started with the task. We started with this task factory. All right. Or not task factory, sorry, shift factory. I have two factories, a task and a shift. So we started in the shift factory, we made this L4. Now, what sits above this task factory is this main script. This is old school, you know, main.c file, right? Like, this is just a script. Basically, you pass it a bunch of arguments in here, and it ultimately takes from those arguments. We can see here that there's a shift code, which in this case is L4. So what happens is, on laravelshift.com, if we go out to laravelshift.com, we'll just kind of pretend like we're doing this. So you go here to run a shift. You select one of these. This is 5.3, for example, is its code. You hit purchase. You go through the flow. This kicks off a job inside of the Laravel app, which underneath kicks off a process that says PHP main.php, L4 in this case, my repo name, the temp token, and that kicks off the underlying shift. So that's how the two kind of communicate to each other. So what I'm doing now is deploying the code that we've been writing for the last 4 hours to all the various workers, because I don't know which necessarily worker is going to pick up this job per se. So what I'm going to do is get into one of the workers and I'll run the PHP command explicitly, since we don't have like the database records and the Laravel application side of things. Like the marketing site doesn't have knowledge of like the Livewire stuff yet. So let me get into the internal worker that we have reserved for internal tasks, but I can run the code that we just did from there. So let's see what explodes here. I'm gonna run it against, we'll call this smoke test. Smoke test. L4. We'll run this against layervelshift.com, which does have some Livewire. I don't know how much it's going to hit of what we did. And we'll run it against the master branch. Now, I would share this, but it has some tokens that I don't want to risk leaking anything because I don't want to have to edit a 4-hour stream. So if this works, we're going to get a PR and then I can show the PR. If it explodes, we'll fix the code on the Mac. Okay, it exploded. Renamed methods. Renamed methods has an undefined variable, which kind of makes sense. We never went back and fixed that. So let's go take a look. Let's get into 4. Renamed methods. It says line 55. Line 55. Ah, yes. Okay, so my Livewire, this makes sense actually. This is a pretty decent failure. It makes sense that this would explode. My Livewire components have a mount method, but they're not extending the class that we care about. So we can fix this. What's happening is it's getting down here and it's like, oh, you're not the right offset. So let's fix this. What does this say here? Trying to access offset on null. So methods mount. So it does find a mount. It's calling insert to try to put slots onto the end of it, but it doesn't have, it seems like it doesn't have parameters, which kind of makes sense. Let's go check this out. So methods is empty. It has parameters, which can also return empty. Oh, it's got a parameter var name. I see. So two things have to happen here. First, we need to short circuit this. We need to say you must extend Livewire manager. Yeah. And we have code that's kind of like that in find components. So let's just go borrow this. Yeah, because again, we don't want to change the mount method. Only time we want to change the mount method is if you're extending the Livewire manager class. That's what the documentation said. We don't want to change the mount method for your components, which is what it's trying to do now, which is why it's exploding. Because we never added this kind of filtering check here. So if class extends is empty, which it won't be for a component, it's going to be a component. But now we would need to say Livewire manager. I'm not sure if that's the right spot. Let's check this. Livewire, GitHub. There you are. Let's find the right namespace for the I don't want to edit you. Livewire manager. Livewire manager. Nailed it. Okay, cool. So you got to be one of those. Yeah, we fixed that. Okay, you must extend that. All right, cool. And then this is actually wrong too because the parameters are named. So what we would actually do is if you were, we would get the last parameter. Oh, that thing's named. They're not they would be assumed to be in order, but this is going to need to get tested out. But they would assume to be in order, so we'll say last. Offset end. Okay. Yeah. This needs to be driven out, but I think this would solve the error. All right, good enough. All right, push it up, pull it down, redeploy. Let's try again. It's not surprising that that one was broken. It's not surprising that one was broken. I think I was like mid-working on that, like pre-lunch, and we never came back. So let's let this redeploy. It goes out to a couple workers, so it takes a second. While we're in here, yeah, we got to parse that out for the stream stuff. So there's things to do here. Again, I think these were deemed kind of low impact, so we'll see. I want this PR. I want this PR to show up. There's another reason this PR is not going to show up. There's something else we didn't do. Underneath here in resources, views, we're gonna need some stuff. Livewire 4. And we're gonna need a pull request. We're gonna need a pull request template. Pull request MD. All right, upgrading to Livewire 4.x. All right, so feel free to commit any additional blah, blah, blah. Before merging, you need to do this, do that, run composer update, clear any config route or view cache. Yes, we said that already. Thoroughly test your application. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I think it's pretty boilerplate. I know this is going to fail, so let's just go ahead and add it. Lots of whips. Git pull. Deploy. Yeah, the pull request markdown, as you saw, is what kind of makes the description for the PR. It's not going to find that. It automatically looks in that location based on, that's where this code comes into play, Livewire 4. So it automatically looks in resources git for views, markdown views, in this case, Livewire 4. So it's not going to find the file, it would have exploded. All right, so redeploy. We're so close. So close. All right, who's on the stream here? 1,400? That can't be right. There's 1,400 people watching me right now? No way. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. There's no way. I'm just on in the background of your ear, aren't I? Cool. Well, whatever. I'm fine with 14 people. Thanks for stopping by. It's the Twitter passerbyers, aren't they? That's still a lot. Largest stream. Largest stream for me. Okay. That's the other thing, like, I don't want to necessarily have to do on stream. I need to make like now I'm going to have to make a Livewire section and get the Livewire. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be mostly the branding stuff. Fixing all the comments, making sure they read nice, putting a Livewire section on the site, adding the you know, the product here. Now I can say Livewire up here. Wonderful. So yeah, all that stuff. Okay, it's deployed to all the workers. Running again. So again, that main script, this main script that we have. So again, it comes in, it does main, it wires everything up, it clones the repository, and then it basically says, okay, get the factory for the shift. It has the shift. It says, give me those tasks, and then it just loops through the pipeline, calling perform on all of them. And when it gets done, as we saw, it basically says, okay, figure out which one's your pull request, send that up, loop over any comments that these things added. Here they are. So like go through shift, get comments, loop over them, call the appropriate API. There you go. Okay, it's running. It looks like it completed? Question mark? No. Oh, I've got a, hold on. I've got a branch. I've got an old shift smoke test branch. Okay. I called the branch to test this thing on a branch that actually existed. So hold on, let me rerun it. It only took 25 seconds to run. That's fast. So let's give it 25 seconds here. Here it's going. But it didn't fail. It actually attempted to push up the commits that it made, and that failed because a smoke test branch already existed for the Laravel shift repo. Imagine that. This is not the first time I've done it. Okay, we've got a PR. We've got a PR. Let's go take a look. We've got a PR. LaravelShift.com. Livewire 4 shift. Boom. Okay, this pull. Okay, I only got one file changed. Oh, come on. There's got to be some. Oh, you know what? This probably doesn't. I was thinking it would at least get the route stuff, but this thing probably doesn't. Well, okay, all right. Success. First of all, success. It's opening a PR. It's got our Livewire 4 stuff here. It's got the PR markdown we just said. It's got our comment from our miscellaneous task. And it's bumping. It is doing one of the tasks that we said. Now, is it doing much? No, it is not doing much. But from a smoke test perspective, this ran. That's good. I kind of, now from like a little bit of a nitpicky perspective, there are some things I would have expected it to do. So let's go back through the upgrade guide just real quick. And again, I haven't finished the config stuff. I haven't bumped more things. So, I mean, I think the thing to understand is like, from their perspective, the high impact stuff is kind of all the dependency bumping, the config stuff, and the wire model. Now I know in the shift code base, I'm not using wire model or wire scroll like in the capacities that we have told this thing to do it. I didn't even know about the persist tag. So it's not gonna find that in the shift code base. So the point here is like, yeah, it only did kind of quote unquote one thing, but that's all I had in my application. Because I only have like 4 Livewire components, and I don't even think they're like direct components. I think they're in-page components. They're not like standalone components. So that's also why it's probably not finding stuff in the routes file. So I'm definitely not doing anything with stream or mount. I'm definitely not doing any of this wire.js stuff. So like that's kind of the problem. It's not going to find much for me. So like Laravel, I don't use Volt either. So like the Laravel shift code base is not, it's not the best indicator of like this thing's working. Let me run this against wp static.site. Let me run this. Yeah, let me run this against WP static because that's something a little more recent with some more recent components, and I think it might at least find the routing stuff. All right, it's got a new pull request. Let's go to WP static site pulls. All right, there it is. Livewire v4. Okay, 2 files changed. Oh, hey, here you go. Preserve wire model bubbling. Okay, interesting. So we got the bump to beta. Ooh, turnstile wire model deep. That's interesting. It's cool that it did that. I don't know in this specific case of turnstile if it needs to do that. I don't know enough about turnstile. But it's probably good that it did do that. It's probably good that it did do that. So that's cool. I mean, it's not an input, it's not a text area, you know. So that's cool. I don't think it hurts anything. I just don't know if it needs it. I don't know enough about that's like a third-party package. I don't know. I'm surprised it's not getting the routing stuff. Let me go look at the routes file. I want to see it get the routes stuff. It doesn't seem... Yeah, you know what? I don't think any of these are direct. See, I don't have any direct Livewire components. Okay. So here's where we are. Here's where we are. It is passing the smoke test. It's passing the smoke test. It's working. It's finding things in the applications that I've built. But again, I do not have extensive use of Livewire. I have like 4 or 5 components in these projects, and most of them are kind of like a snippet of the page. So they're like an in-page component. They're not like, you know, or an inline component or whatever that's called, right? It's just like on shift, it's just like the status for a shift. It's not the entire page. So that's why none of the routing or anything's getting rebuilt. And again, that's why I'm not doing Volt or any of this crazy, you know, JavaScript stuff. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to backfill the tests for these. So from a test perspective and from like a fixtured code perspective, I can prove that they're working. And then I'm going to build out the config thing, because I think that will also yield more changes. But if you have an application, if you, the viewer, have an application that is, you know, using wire scroll, it's using these wire transitions, it's doing any of this JavaScript stuff, or you use Volt, please reach out to me. Reach out to me on Twitter. You can send something to support@laravelShift.com. So send something to support@laravelShift.com. I would like to run this against your application. So you help me smoke test this, you get a free Livewire 4 upgrade, because I'll get the thing across the finish line for you. So not only do you get the shift run, but if it messes up, I'm going to fix it as part of the shift. So like, you basically get an upgrade. You basically get your project upgraded. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. If you're watching and you've got something that fits one of these like medium or low impact changes or Volt, please reach out, and tomorrow we'll run this against your application as I continue to build it out. And we should get it to where it does at least everything in the upgrade guide here automated. That'll be the goal. Because I just don't, I'm not hitting these. So like from a test fixture perspective, it's working, but I'm not impacted by this change, you know, hence the fact that it's a low impact change. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let's do that. So again, if you've got a Livewire, if you've got a Laravel application using Livewire, particularly some of these impact, medium and low impact changes, or you've built like a Volt application or something, or got to have a lot of Volt components, please reach out. Support@laravelshift.com. Send an email. Let me know you watch the stream. You want to run the Livewire 4 to help me smoke test it before Wednesday, and that's what we'll do. So that's it. Whew. That's it. We'll stop here. It is smoke testing. It is working. Yeah, it's working. I just want to see it do more, and I don't have a project that's going to show it to do more, unfortunately. So send me your projects. Thanks for joining for my 4 hour and 44 minute stream. See y'all Wednesday.